Good evening, everybody. We are bringing you the final chapter of the House Rose saga tonight. This is going to be quite the playthrough. We have got... Oh, hang on. Good evening, everybody. We wound up with a decidedly different... Uh-oh. Getting alerts already. We have wound up with quite the different playthrough from what we left at the very end. Oh, it looks like I had two tweets go out for tonight's broadcast. Sorry about that. Thank you, everybody, for favoriting and retweeting the cast. So because this is the concluding... Hey, T. Clark. Thank you very much for your Twitter support. I'm going to take a minute in the main menu here because this is... I was going to say, I'm pretty much in this till the end. There's about 20 years left in the game, by my estimation. So, even if it winds up taking longer than I'd normally for broadcasting, we are definitely concluding this playthrough of Crusader Kings tonight. And then, on top of that... before any of that, before we actually conclude the playthrough, there is a lot that's changed in this game since the last time that I played it, because I wanted to clean up the details of the Abbasid. I wanted to clean up the details of like the Abbasid invasion. There was just a lot of very repetitive steps that were being taken, so I thought I'd try and save everybody the trouble, and the ruler died, and I wound up with an absolute piece of work. I am so proud of this character. So I want to take a minute to introduce what will possibly be the final ruler in the House of Rose to everybody. How are you doing tonight, T. Clark? And indeed, anybody else who's in chat. All right, so I got a couple bodies in here. I think I've given everybody enough time to check out what's going on. So, you will notice that we are beginning our playthrough with a little bit of a different emperor, or rather empress, than what we normally play with. This is the first female ruler that we have had in the House of Rose in the entire game. Interesting. Well, that won't do at all. So many people streaming at once. So many good games are going to be bouncing all over the place. I'm playing Crusader Kings 2. Someone else is playing Mario Kart 8. Somebody else playing Mortal 2 co-op. And the guy you mod for is playing Chrono Trigger. Good lord. Well, I'm really happy to have you here. Sounds like quite the evening. Again, one of the reasons why I stream this game on Fridays is the fact that I can sort of get away with playing these. I can get away with playing a more complicated title like this because there is basically there's some leniency in terms of what other people can watch. I am not anybody's sole source of entertainment on a Friday night. So people who like the people who like the game can hang out, and if the game isn't for people, as is the case with Crusader Kings, obviously there's no obligation for them to stay. I seem to be dropping frames for some reason. This is a little concerning to me. Looks like it's settled down. Alright, so first thing to note here is I had a son who has died at age 2, and I am married. It's a matrilineal marriage, but the big problem here is he joined the Knights of Calatrava, which immediately made him celibate, and I am playing a female ruler who's currently 19, so there is a biological imperative to get this taken care of right away. So my husband needs to go. There's a couple... So, what I love the most about this character is I think she took the throne at something like age 6 or 7 or something like that. And the very first event that she gets is this story about her, like, breaking rats' legs to make roly-poly rats. And she got the cruel trait. Also, I believe, in addition to being the first female ruler in the House of Rose, this is the first character that's actually gotten the cruel trait, so far as I can tell. So it's really good for doing morale damage, but it also hurts your ability to get along with people. Now, since age 6, this woman has been in no less than 2 wars at a time. Right now we're in 4 different wars. But, like, basically it's just been constant war and conquest. We've taken Jerusalem here. And just this really interesting character that basically, at age 19, has already caused more death and misery than all of her predecessors combined. So, 20 years is not unreasonable to expect this character to be alive. That'll just mean that she's 40. So it's possible we'll see this character go to the very end, but we also have some problems. One major one is we've got some revolutions. These are because of dangerous factions, and as you can see, we're not out of the woods with those yet. There are still factions which have a fairly credible number of troops. Now, as far as the factions I need to deal with in England, those are more or less taken care of. Strategy games in general, but Grand and 4X in particular are all really niche things on Twitch because they tend to be slow and methodical with all the planning that is required. Yeah, and T-Clark, that's another reason why I stream them is because I don't have the best internet connection. Clearly, I'm not going to have any problems with artifacting or basically just any stream problems in general if I probably don't need to know about my banking information. But yeah, obviously I talk a lot, so that's a benefit as far as getting the, as far as producing content, sort of getting my point across. Strategy lends itself quite well to that sort of style. But on top of that, being able to take a turn and not just explain what I'm doing, but the simple fact that there's not a whole lot of visual interruption to make the stream not look as good as it possibly could. Again, I have a little bit of an edge in that respect, I think. So, you've probably noticed, like, I've started to get outside of my strategy box a little with games like Hand of Fate, which incidentally is on sale on the Humble Store right now. It's a really neat little title, which I strongly recommend anyone who's interested to pick up. It's I'd say it's worth it at the price that they're currently offering it at. I think it's like 40% off. So it turns out that I think I had overestimated what some of those streaming problems were going to be. But with that in mind, it's nice to have something that has a little bit less pressure as far as streaming. And I mean, again, strategy is just, I think it's a great style of game to play on the computer. It's, obviously a lot of board game companies have taken to translating their board games generally to tablets, but sometimes to computers as well. And I think what's really nice about computer games are that you can take these very complex rule systems and all of that can be automated in the background. And instead of... obviously there's really complicated board games that you can play as well, but rather than having to fiddle through a rule book to add that richness to the game, all of that just happens automatically. And then in addition, you have something like what happens in Crusader Kings, which is, in the truest sense of the term, this is actually a real-time strategy game, if you think about it, right? You can hit the unpause button and you can just have time go forward at whatever ordinary rate is appropriate. And in this case, you'll respond. Now, obviously, I'm using the term real-time strategy in a very literal sense. I don't think anybody would look at this and compare it to, nobody would look at this and compare it to StarCraft, which is what people think of when you think of real-time strategy. But that's sort of the example that I would take, is that if you look at it, Crusader Kings 2 is not actually a turn-based game. It just happens to be a game that gives you the time to study your action if you so desire. Which is particularly helpful here because, again, I've got a cruel empress who is fighting 4 wars at a time. So, for the final 20 years of House Rose, we have the biggest thing that we left off on in the previous playthrough was a fight for Jerusalem. We now have it. I do not believe these... Oh. So it looks like this is actually the... Yeah. So these troops are actually involved with this war, so I'm just going to move them over. Oh, is this my retinue? That's a bit of a shame. It's going to cost me some money, but fair enough. What about these guys? The Army of Khalil, I think... It says it's a... revolution. Yeah, this is a purely Abbasid problem, which is fantastic for me. We have beaten them, so there's a peace treaty right now, but they're still definitely hurting. Their decadence is extremely high, 48%. They've only got 24,000 troops, and they have borrowed 900 gold with a treasury that only has 577 inside of it. So the one thing that I have learned to respect about the Abbasid Empire is that they regain troops ridiculously quickly. But as we learned from the last playthrough, the strategy to handle them at this case, especially with 2 empires with such a large number of troops, you fight them at the hot gates where their numbers count for nothing. You just take, you take something like this, which only has space for 12,000 troops, and if they run a doom stack in, well, you just back off and let them starve to death inside of the province. And then you can, as long as you're careful in terms of moving around and sort of anticipating what the enemy movements are going to be, you don't have to engage them unless it's favorable encounter. And generally, if they're not careful in terms of managing their troops, they're going to wind up losing a lot to attrition. Now, one of the drawbacks with creating or usurping the Kingdom of Israel is it does have... Was it? I think it's Agnatic Gavelkind is the reason why I'm going to lose that. Yeah, Agnatic Gavelkind. So what I would want, first of all, is to implement Agnatic Cognatic. I can worry about Primogeniture later, but I absolutely need to make sure that... I need to make... Well, that's not true, actually. I could... I could probably, if I had a son that I was fairly certain would follow after me, I could probably make sure it's Primogeniture first. But in any case, as I've always said from the very beginning of this playthrough, I see no reason to have agnatic inheritance. It's just asking to have a title fall out of your hands, and in many cases that can mean the end of the game. So right now, I mean, what we do need to worry about from the Abbasids is them declaring war on us. We can't declare war on them. They're in a fairly rough shape, and as you can see, the Byzantine Empire is starting to regain some of their lost territory in there. So we're not out of the woods with the Abbasids. They've got a lot of territory, and as a result, they have a lot of manpower. They have the ability to raise a lot of troops very quickly as well. But I'm not entirely sure that in this playthrough we're going to see another, over 100,000 unit army barreling down on us. And one of the attempts after I murder my husband, who decided to do something foolish and become celibate. In fact, that's a plot that once I take care of the wars, I'm actually willing to spend money on supporting. Basically, once we're finished sort of dealing with our work here and assassinating the husband, I wouldn't mind assassinating the current leader of the Abbasids, just so that we can get another war declared on them fairly quickly and keep those numbers down as well. But again, they've got a lot to deal with here. They've got three revolutions? Yeah, Decadence Revolt, a religious revolt, another religious revolt, and Basileus Helios the Cruel. They're dealing with the Byzantine Empire, chowing down on their own empire. Actually, what are they fighting for? Oh, I didn't look at it properly. Not worth spending too much time thinking about. Now, as far as these other wars, the fight against Bavaria is basically because I was allied with the Knights of Calatrava through my husband. These don't form a credible threat to any of my holdings here, so I'm not too worried about them. They will be the absolute last that I worry about, especially because there's already the Calatravan troops in a position to start taking some of these territories. So there's no point in me directing troops away from that. Now, as you can see from the score here, I was really close to succeeding in seizing this territory from the Bari Empire. They've got a lot of troops to back it up. They're currently laying siege to a province, and looks like they are losing because of... they're starving some of their troops because of the supply limit, which I'm always happy for. And it looks like they're actually going to be making back some of those gains, so this war score is going to drop really quickly. I'm trying to recover it by laying siege to this territory here. This siege is going to finish first, so overall the war score is going to tick down for me. But as long as it doesn't go too severely the other way, that's going to give me enough time to deal with the two revolutions that I have. One worry that I have is this set of units here, which is actually quite difficult to get to. But they're also not moving into any territories that I have to worry about them getting war score with. What I really want to do is take out this stack here, but 6,000 troops is actually... that's only a 400 troop advantage, and yes, I probably have stronger troops than them here, but what I'd prefer to do is actually combine the two armies. I need to recapture my capital, though, and this is taking the enemy capital, which will move that war score. The alternative would be that I don't worry about capturing any territory and I take out every individual unit, but notice that I'm going to be running all over the countryside to do that, and then I have to take a boat, so it's not really worth it. Classify EU and CK as pause-based strategy games, which you're not sure is actually a thing. It's not an official title, but I think it's a descriptive one. It's not turn-based like Civilization, but it's not full-on RTS like StarCraft, because you can pause and really think about your next move. Yeah, I mean, if you were to take a StarCraft match, like let's say you're playing in a tournament, and you were to pause and think through what your move is going to be, most people would say that you had done something wrong. I'm fairly certain that there's a rule against that kind of behavior. I don't follow that much competitive StarCraft, but clearly the intention of the game is to make you think on your feet. I think it's appropriate for I'll use your coinage, the pause-based strategy game for a grand strategy title, because in the end, if you think about like a troop movement or something like that, there's going to be a certain amount of time that you have to consider it, right? if you think for an hour on whether or not you are going to go north or west, that's not going to affect the outcome of the war that much, because the majority of your strategy is going to be the actual walking part. But of course, if you sit even on the slowest time setting, if you think about what you're going to do for an hour, you are going to have about a year pass by in game time, if not more. So, in this case, it's... I think it's... they're definitely going for a more, I guess, realistic perspective, for lack of a better term. So in that case, I think the pause-based strategy formula is probably the most appropriate way to handle the kind of decision-making that you would expect a ruler like this to do. Incidentally, on the note of Europa Universalis, I finally got a good game in where I felt like I generally had a handle on things. There's a couple of, menu things which wound up working to my detriment. I had, a really good game as France going that just completely fell apart at the seams because of a misunderstanding in terms of a label. So I was a little annoyed about that, but I won't replace Friday Night Crusader Kings unless everybody says that they're indifferent between CK2 and Europa. But I do think I'll put Europa into the rotation. I'll maybe add a separate day for it or something like that. All right, so I've talked my way enough through the introduction here. We've got a cruel new empress who will see the house to the very end. We have got a pair of revolutions which we're going to deal with. We're going to start by taking out their capital, retaking our territory, and then sweeping through the rebels. When these two forces combine, they'll have about 11,600 troops to take out 5,000. I mean, combining all of these together, you can maybe get something like 6,500 troops. I hope that being able to take out this lower part is sufficient to crush the rebellion, but we'll see. There are technically two. Nobody New Type, thank you very much for the follow. I know I just spent the whole time talking about nothing, really, but thank you for the support. Glad to have you here. Once we finish mopping them up here, we definitely need those extra troops. So what I might even wind up doing is taking these units. Once this revolution is done, I will raise whatever levies are left over, and then immediately send them down below here. Obviously with 8,000 troops and then whatever's left of the 11,000 up on the island, I'll be able to take care of one of the stacks. But if I try to take on the whole thing, I'm going to wind up extremely disappointed. So again, it's not necessarily bad that they're laying siege here, because I know I can get that back, and in the meantime, they're just going to starve a bunch of their own troops. So some minor losses in the game, but as we learned in the case of dealing with the heavier numbers of the Abbasids, it doesn't necessarily hurt to just draw out the map or the match and make them starve. If you're at least comfortable-ish with EU4, you think it would be cool to see Fridays become EU Day and just import your CK2 into EU4 and continue on that way. Yeah, I'm interested in something like that. The biggest one is that I decided on Crusader Kings Fridays specifically because there seems to be a mismatch in terms of people wanting to watch it. There's certainly people who only watch this for the Crusader Kings 2 content, and I hope the game isn't going to crash. I know I was having this problem last time. Let me just take a... No, temperature's okay. So there's definitely people who will watch the channel only for the Crusader Kings 2 stuff, and I'm happy to give them that Friday day, just because I like watching this kind of content too. So if you don't have it for yourself, why not make it for people, right? But with that in mind, this weird little English family from Westmoreland is a very endearing one, so I'd like to continue on that story somehow. So we'll work it out somehow. I don't know if I'll replace Fridays or I'll maybe just get some opinions. Obviously, in your case, I get that you're happy to see Grand Strategy and don't necessarily have a preference so far as the title is concerned. And I'll just maybe make sure that some of the other regulars who like seeing Crusader Kings 2 are okay seeing EU4. If that's the case, then I don't mind taking a break and moving into the early modern period. Now that is a shame. I should have been paying attention. I didn't think that they had enough troops for that. I think I wind up losing them, but let's see if we can tilt the scales in our favor. Bingo. So the nice thing about this one is that they are somewhat evenly matched, and I believe if we take a look at the general skill, they should be 11-0. That sucks. Yeah, okay, these guys. Oh, hang on, that's... Okay, those are my guys. So it's a little bit concerning in the center because of the mismatch, but the attackers are a little bit worse off. They definitely have the numbers, but right around the time that these guys' morale starts breaking, there'll be 1,000 troops to reinforce. I just want to make sure I didn't set myself up for disappointment. I didn't realize that there were... Okay, this makes it a little bit more complicated to deal with. I think what I'll do here is once I finish sieging this province, I'll maybe move this 8,000 unit down to deal with these troops in the south. I kind of want to get these rebellions dealt with as quickly as I can. And I just want to make sure I don't have any stragglers who I've kept running around. I actually kind of need to be careful with this army as well. Alright, so I'm just gonna tone down the speed for a second. They arrived November 6th. So it looks like we were actually winning that already, and then adding the 6,000 troops just completes it. Male Alfred of Maladon was captured in battle and is now my prisoner. Well, that was that encounter. So it'd be wonderful for me to... Well, actually... So as much as I'd like to continue the siege here, the fact that I'm able to take out this stack is a little bit too tempting to pass up. So let's chase them. They're going to go to Westmoreland, our home province. Oh, so it wasn't my capital that they took. I was mistaken. I'm a little worried about these guys. I know they're not directly at war with me, but that doesn't mean that they can't move to an inconvenient place. Sorry, so you're always up for strategies in old school games or games reminiscent of old school games. I've currently got a poll going for the Gaia mod for the viewers to choose between Final Fantasy VI, Earthbound, Mother 2 to play after he finishes Chrono Trigger. Those are all good choices. I think Clara, when I first started watching her, was actually playing Earthbound. She definitely does a lot more retro games than I do. I've occasionally done some, so sort of in response to the conclusion of Shadowrun Dragonfall, I tried doing the Genesis Shadowrun for a while, which was a lot of fun. I liked doing it, but I had some sound problems. Obviously, I don't have the capacity to, it's a Mac laptop I'm streaming off of, so I don't have the capacity to do a proper emulation. Or, sorry, I don't have the capacity to properly plug in an old Genesis to stream it. So obviously I use the shortcut of an emulator, and I mean, it in principle should work just the same as any other game, but it seems like for some reason there's a problem with it. Now, I'm being a little gun-shy in terms of the movements that I'm making. This is partially because, I mean, this was a 6,000 unit army. They are definitely taking damage for engaging on this. It's also because I've got units in sort of at risk in a few different areas. So the last thing I want to do is start focusing on Jerusalem, only to find out that I've got, 13,000 screaming Sunnis bearing down on my 8,000 troops, and I'm not able to disband them in time. And that's a particular problem when I'm, hanging out so close to them. I'm almost hoping against hope that... Oh, hang on. My liege heathens attacked me when you tried to spread the holy faith in Abuj. Barely escaped with my life, and I'm now severely wounded. How dare they? Just bring up the poll because that's another option, whether you take a straw poll for starting EU4, continuing with CK2, put it up on my Twitter, or after stream let the followers vote between then and next Friday. Yeah, I think that's a good plan. I also want to spend, because I had a good Iron Man playthrough on EU4 that literally got destroyed because of one misinterpretation of something on a menu, I definitely want to get a little bit more comfortable with my reading of EU4's screens. So, I mean, it shouldn't be a hard thing to do. The biggest thing that happened to me was, I was allied with Castile. It was just this ridiculous alliance that just face rolled over anything that came up. I had so many coalitions made against me with 10 nations inside of them. And I had Castile, Portugal, and Austria all on my side. And anybody who tried to cause problems, even when we were at weak militaries, just couldn't handle that alliance. So I tried to find the next nation for me to take over. And it doesn't, to me, it doesn't show any connection as far as, vassalization between Castile and, is it it's Aragon. But there's an event that creates this personal union between the two. So that event had triggered. I didn't appreciate that attacking that nation meant attacking Castile, and basically, Castile piles on against me. There's 3 other wars that get declared. There's, a coalition that comes after me. It's just, it's not worth playing after that point. And all of it is because I didn't feel like the relationship between Aragon and Castile was properly communicated. So if you don't play Iron Man, then that's not going to be a problem. And I mean, I guess you don't need to play Iron Man on the exported version because it's not like you're going to get achievements anyway. But it'd be kind of I think it'd be kind of silly if I did a playthrough where I'm loading the game from a previous state because I didn't like the outcome. So I'm just trying to minimize situations like that. But then that's also just a question. Now that I've actually gotten my teeth into Europa, that's also just a question of practice on my part. I can definitely put in the time and learn the game better. All right, so I lucked out. It looks like that siege actually wound up working. Now, there's no way that I can get enough peace. Yeah, they won't take the... So if there's just some way for me to sneak in that 6% war score. Unfortunately, they're going to get back their territory. But we can at least put one of these rebellions to bed. So I'm not quite sure why they're not sieging the province. Oh yeah, I completely forgot. So this this Iron Lady of Britain already has the nickname the Hammer. All right. So what have we got? Yeah, 112 plot power. That's I don't need to pay for my husband's death. So I'm curious what the loss of one of those goals is going to translate to. I also need to turn down my volume. $82, that's a pretty heavy hit. What did they take back? Looks like a castle. Alright, now this is a concern. Yeah, they're coming to kill them. So I have to take the long way around to deal with the rebellion. That's actually, so I think that's a cheekier way I could have got the ticking war score, actually, is to just go between Anti-Atlas and Sujimasa and relied on the AI being indecisive, but I don't need to. I can win this war in the traditional way. Or can I? Jesus. It's a lot of troops who are dying. I might hire a small mercenary company just to tip the scales in my favor. I guess I could also actually, let me raise some ships to bring the retinue over too. That's decidedly overkill, but fair enough. There's really no point for me having these troops over here, although it looks like the Abbasids have gotten their strength back. I don't know, 23, it's just a particularly scary group. But yeah, in this case there's no point in just having those retinues sitting around when I kind of need all the manpower I can get. Plot power determines how likely a plot is to succeed. In your experience, it seems really iffy. One time you had a plot power of 213, failed like 9 times in a row before it gave up and quit, but the next plot power with 40% succeeded the first time. Yeah, I will say that there's definitely a correlation between the frequency of a plot occurring, but it's definitely not related to success. It seems that there's just a certain amount of plot power that gets built up to determine when an action is undertaken, and at that point an event is triggered to have the plot go off, but the actual success of that plot is not. It doesn't seem to be related with the power. So let me just take a look what the tooltip here says. A plot gains strength by having more powerful backers. Higher plot power will unlock more special plot decisions and events. Having your spy master build a spy network and your plot target location will further increase your plot power. So yeah, it seems like it just gives you access to events rather than actually influences the success. Well, I guess unless those events themselves wind up affecting the success of the plot. So there's a side of me that's sort of tempted to give up this siege and just start punching troops. Especially because they're so low morale. I mean, it'd be nice to keep sieging the capital. Ah, here we go. The man is a coward, that's for certain. He can't fight. Shadows and loud noises frighten him, and lead makes him faint. You are disgrace, and I despise you. Hereward's cowardice is confronted by Empress Wilfred, or I will tell the whole castle about his cowardice. All courtiers will think that Hereward is a coward. Let me see the relationship. So I don't have anything to fear from this individual myself, so I will tell him individually. I've never had that event before, but I've also never been cruel before. Well, in character. Yeah, so this is definitely a group that I need to deal with. It's definitely chowing down on my war score there. But I think we still have enough troops to give them a headache. Again, with the possibility of needing to hire mercenaries. In honesty, I likely could have given in to this faction's demands and saved myself a lot of trouble with this current war. But I'm generally kind of stubborn. And the other thing is I don't like assuming that I'm going to be in a state where I can... I don't like assuming that I'm going to be in a state where I can sort of just go changing around the succession laws, you know, at whim. It's going to take me 10 years as a ruler anyway. So it seems a little bit more helpful for me to, if I think I have the forces to be able to take on the faction, to just fight it out as I normally have. The only catch here is that I've just committed myself to so much war with this ruler that I'm paying for it a bit now. Just because you have, you know, tens of thousands of troops at your command doesn't mean that you become untouchable, especially because the House Rose has set up a number of franchises across the continent. So I think the alternative strategy that I'll employ here is that I'm going to have one group go to take out as many of the armies as I can. Now, I suspect what that's going to translate to is fewer troops for me when it comes time to take all of the troops on the island down into Africa to deal with the Holy War. But I don't really have a viable alternative, unfortunately. You say concluding chapter as if there will ever be an end to the House of Rose. I seem to be cut to oh, yeah. So, hi, Endors, by the way. So yeah, there's currently a revolt from a faction that's going on. I also have a rebellion of the peasant folk in Africa. We are allied against the Germans with the Knights of Calatrava, who we are ending that relationship with through murdering my husband. By the way, you'll notice first Empress of the House of Rose. And yeah, the biggest thing that's happened here, Endors, is that we began a holy war against Bari, which was fine, save for the fact that they have a very large number of troops. And unfortunately, what happened was we had all these revolutions come up just before we got enough war score. So now we have to kind of fight our way back. We do have more factions which are coming up. We've got an independence faction to deal with, so I'm hoping that the plot on my my husband gets dealt with fairly quickly. So in this case, I'm not at all worried with this this scenario. Even if the Bari managed to take this down to 0, the only time I'd get worried is if I start seeing negative war score, because that would mean that this revolution has gone on a lot longer than I'd planned. This faction is possibly going to become more stronger over that period of time, and I'm going to have fewer troops overall to deal with it. Okay, so they've completely cleaned up the area that we're contending for. Huh. Not quite sure what to do with this, to be honest. Do I have any allies I can call? We'll bring in whatever allies we can. Jerusalem is not coming. Dear daughter-in-law, peace be with you. We can unfortunately not join your wars at this time. That's a shame. The Greeks would have made short work of them. So this will work, but probably at a heavy troop cost. Oh goody, the Jerusalemite revolt with all its 3,000 troops are going to come and help me with the Bari. Yay! Alright, let's try a new tack as far as dealing with the... Whoa! Oh, that's just a siege. Okay. Let's try a new tack with these factions. We'll send a chancellor to deal with them. I'm not going to bribe them because I need that money to hire mercenaries in the end, I think. Possibly 3,000 more from vassals. Only 1,000 more from my personal holdings, though. My retinue's strong, except that I can't reinforce it anymore without losing money, so I think I'm just going to sit on my hands and wait. Well, that's not entirely true. I'll move the troops that I have right now, but I think I'm going to keep my... I'm going to keep my retinue relatively weak, just so I can... How do I handle this? I think I'll just take out the 7,000 stack. I'm going to keep my retinue underfed just so I can afford a mercenary group. I know I bleed through money when I hire the expensive ones, so we can... I can spend 190 for 10,000 men. Yeah, 10,000 men will be enough to tip the scales in my favor. Even if I lose a lot of troops in this field, it should be enough to help me deal with these guys. I just can't afford to have them run too rampant. You don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. Chin up, Chalk. You were emperor and a man of God. What more could we ask for? Yeah. Well, I mean, the worst that I can run into really is I have to white piece this. I can still afford to do that. Like, I want to add as much territory as I can to the Empire, so I'm really hesitant to do it. But if I think the wheels are falling off of this thing, I can definitely... I can pull back in that regard. Where'd these guys come from? Oh, that's not my territory. Pay it no mind. CPO Williams, good to see you again. I know I got a chance to see you in Clara's chat. It's always a delight to see you here. How are you doing tonight? It's actually good that you're coming because we're on basically the last round for Crusader Kings 2. Europa Universalis 4, the following game, begins in 1444. The game itself here, I believe, ends in 1454. I can't remember the exact date, but we have less than 20 years on this playthrough before we hit the official end to the game. Okay, so Calatrava claim on Bordeaux is nice because I believe I can take advantage of that. Obviously, I will call my husband into the war before he finds out I'm trying to murder him. Where did we get defeated? No, losing more territory. Yeah, I mean, they've guaranteed that war score pretty well. But we do have the Calatravans on my side with some fairly healthy numbers. They probably won't take on the Bari, which is a bit of a shame. But maybe it'll help me out in terms of cleaning up these rebel troops. Now this is a worry, the fact that I don't have enough troops to handle that siege. Now admittedly that's a fairly strong fort, right? 4,000 troops. But that's definitely sort of that's the scenario I didn't want to be at, which is that my formerly strong armies in the UK are now weak enough to need reinforcements to lay siege to the rebel holdings. I could be also completely mistaken in this approach of going for the individual pockets, but it seems to me that to take the gains that they've made away from them up here and then devour their troop capacity seems to be the fastest way to close it. I hate to do this, but the fact that they're adding another 7,000 troops, I think I'm going to offer white peace. It means I lose a little bit of prestige, but it stops the bleeding here, and I get to consolidate. This is the one that you started with when I first joined System. It is indeed. We've only been playing one version of Crusader Kings, and that is the Rose version. So now the possible problem is they turn around and use their strength against me. It's kind of funny that this happened to the rebellion. I moved these 8,000 troops away specifically to deal with this problem, but fair enough. We'll chase them down. We'll recover the province as quickly as we can. Alright, and we've erased the gains of the rebels. So I might have actually been premature in offering that peace, but I wanted to make sure I had the option on the table, because if they could enforce demands against me, that would bankrupt the country, and I would not be able to survive against the Abbasids if they decided to attack. My Empress, word has reached me that your court chaplain has accused me of heresy. I employ you as a devout Catholic to another devout Catholic to believe me when I tell you that I am not a heretic. Am I getting money from this guy? 31? I'm sure he's not a heretic. See, this is really annoying on the part of the Knights of Calatrava. If they had helped in Africa, I would have been... I would have been able to conquer the Bari. That's fine. The solution to that is basically once my husband is dead, to then assassinate the Bari leader and to just press another holy war in that case. There's also no shortage of wars that we can engage in. We've also got a lot of that territory up in Iberia that we have claims on just by virtue of the fact that we own so much territory there. And I haven't really gone into them just simply because there's easier holy wars that can be prosecuted. Got a tithe, which is good. It'll refill the treasury a little bit in case I need to hire mercenaries. Guess I should go back to England and see what opportunities are there. 88 war score isn't bad, but I have a feeling that the white piece was, as frustrated as I am to do that, I think the white piece was the right call to make there, just because with those troop numbers, they were actually making some fairly healthy gains. So I think what I'll do here is I'll just split the forces. One will go south, one will go north. Yeah, see, I'm only gaining such a small amount from taking out these individual units. Maybe now that the Knights of Calatrava are here, I'll lay siege to the capital again. You've missed Twitch, you glad work slowed down? Yeah, I know the feeling, CPO Williams, especially when I was doing final exams. I mean, in some cases, I would sneak onto Twitch, but I always knew that I would... I inevitably did worse on the courses where I was spending that time on Twitch. Oh, for God's sake. And then, eventually I smarten up and spend some time off of it. But the biggest thing I've noticed is a lot of the casters that their channels that I hang out with, I've gotten to know them a little bit. So it sort of feels like not seeing a friend for a long time with some of these channels, which is, a testament to those casters. Obviously, they're really talented at what they do. But it's sometimes frustrating to not be able to catch up. I'm also not... I was going to say I should probably apologize. I think I'm probably a little bit more subdued today. That's because I was meeting with somebody this morning. It's really nice to see them again, but I didn't get any sleep last night. So I was definitely committed to finishing this particular playthrough tonight, but I'm definitely finding it a little... I'm finding it a little tricky to be... Sorry, to be coherent. It's also really hot here, so... Alright. As much as I'd like to start another war, I think what I'll do first is I'll wait until we clear all of these out. I'll do sort of the things that I like to get done early in a ruler's life, so things like tournaments and pilgrimages. That'll give me a chance to sort of rebuild my forces, kill my husband. 37 gold to improve military, I like that. Speaking of. I can do noble customs or religious customs. Or legalism. What's legalism going to give me? Very large taxes, which I don't think I need. Noble customs basically reduces the factions that I need to deal with through improving my relations. Religious customs gains me money through... Most of the popes have usually wound up being 100 relations, so I'll go for noble customs in this case. Did I hear back from my grad schools? Oh, good lord, CPO Williams. I am really far behind on telling you things. Yes. At the risk of being completely immodest, every single one accepted me, and accepted me with very generous offers. So my final decision was to continue on at the school I'm currently at, the University of British Columbia, which is... The rankings I always see, like the ones that to me seem to be the most sensible, are the ones published by the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, the FRED database. Oh, wait a minute. Is it the FRED database that has that? It's Ideas Repec. Sorry. So they rank things like journals and schools and things like that. And by their measure, it's the top econ department in Canada. Certainly, you know, the professors that I've worked with lead me to believe that that reputation is certainly earned. And I had the thesis that I did. I was with an extremely impressive professor for that. So and I've been a research assistant for 2 of the professors in the department. So there's clearly a very fertile ground for sort of my research interests at the school I'm already at. And certainly, like, once I did some comparison in terms of things like cost of living and the tuitions in different provinces and things like that, the offer that UBC was giving me, while in absolute dollar values was less, like a lot of the schools that I applied to basically outright said, this is the highest offer that we give, you know, we'd really like you to have you here, which is obviously an extremely nice thing to read. I'm assuming that the applicant pool this year was not that strong. But once you actually take away the wording like that, like I know for a fact that that UBC has better offers, because my friend who, I mean, originally was going to apply to Harvard and decided he liked living in Vancouver and didn't want to move, and that's the only reason he didn't apply. He's somebody who very credibly could get into a school like that. He also got accepted to UBC, obviously. And I know he got a little bit more in terms of his financial package. But I'm not that bothered by that by any means. Just, I know that where I could compare to one university. I mean, one university, when they found out I had rival offers, they basically countered and, they put everything on the table. They said, you'll get automatic admission into the PhD program. You'll get, this. They raised the dollar value, things like that. Like, I couldn't have asked for any better treatment from that school. But it's very hard for me to look at my thesis advisor when, especially when I was doing the research, I thought I was a big disappointment to him, and which was a shame because he studies something that I'm really interested in. But when I talked to him after the fact, it was the exact opposite impression that, he encouraged me to take his political economy course at the end. I mean, we talked about a lot of things, in terms of research methods, ambitions about what I want to do, why a master's program would be good for me. And, his political economy course was actually one of the reasons why I wanted to do UBC. So the fact that I've already worked with him, the fact that he does a subject that I'm interested in studying, and that I now have sort of that personal connection, and I'm able to build on this rapport that I've built. It's very hard to, even for the other school that I was considering, it was certainly a well-regarded department in its own right. And the econometrics textbook that I'm using, I actually think is a very well-written one. But the most popular econometrics textbook is definitely Hayashi's, although that's more a PhD level one. But Davidson and McKinnon, at least one of the authors, would have been at the school that I was heavily considering as an alternative. But again, you're dealing with the fact that, I've had a year to sort of build up both relationships with the professors and a small amount of research experience with them. And I'm comparing that to another very good school, but one that, you know, doesn't have the same ranking, and I haven't quite built the same relationships. So yeah, I heard back from the schools, and it's all good news. Sorry to spend so much time boasting. If there is a God, why is the world filled with hardships, grief, and heretics? God has a plan for everything and everyone. I gain zealous. That'll actually be really good for all the holy wars. Or God is as clueless as I am, where I lose piety. Don't like losing points. Intrigue goes up, which would be nice, but I think zealous is the way to do this. Alright, so we're kind of in cleanup crew mode now, but I'm not going to complain about not having excitement for a bit. Thank you, CPO Williams. One of the big priorities for the grad program actually is there's the type of honors student who, like, there's a lot of people in my cohort where if ever they wanted to get something done in the econ department, they would always, you know, introduce, oh, hi, I'm, you know, so-and-so, the honors student or something like that. I really don't like that attitude because to my mind, you know, being an honors student, you know, it just means that you're taking a different set of classes. It's not necessarily that you have... Oh, I can make this simpler. Yeah, I could definitely use some time to rebuild my strength. So, you know, the way that they're using the honors term means that either they're making a claim in terms of their ability, at which point I'm kind of like, well, why worry about the honors title then? You know, why not talk about your accomplishment? And of course, if you don't have any accomplishments, you know, why why use the honors label, right? You can't be promising forever. And I know, like, so I really enjoy research, and it's something I would like to do. I'd like to do more of. But just because I enjoy something doesn't necessarily mean that I'm any good at it. So one of the ideals behind grad school is going to be a chance to sit down, do serious research, and again, find out if I'm just, you know, one of those people banking on a fancy title without necessarily having earned the, you know, without really having earned any of the associations that you would have with it. I mean, I'm really hesitant to keep it as Gavelkind, but I kind of need to introduce Agnatic Cognatic. Let's make sure everything else is the way we want it to be. But yeah, so like I've done the undergrad project. That isn't, you know, that's not completely worth ignoring, but it's different from what I would do if I were to become a full-on professor. I haven't really been tested in that yet. So that's the next step, to see how I handle a proper research environment. And that's specific. I mean, that's specifically what the political economy course that I'm going to be taking does. They want you to do a replica. Well, it's normally reserved for PhD students, but I talked to the instructor and he encouraged me to take this other option, which is what he calls replication plus plus. and it's basically you take an existing paper, you replicate it, you completely replicate it, and then you have to add 2 original pieces to the paper. So in this case, you're not completely abandoned. You're not, you're not on your own so far as research. So you don't have to like sit down and come up with some idea out of the ether. But you, you're expected to understand a paper well enough that you can, that you can get its results reliably, that you can actually do a meaningful analysis of those results, and that you, and then that you're sophisticated enough to actually bring something of yourself into that project. What am I doing? I was going to use this break to go on a pilgrimage. I shall go on a pilgrimage to seek God's grace at the one of the holy places of Christianity. We should probably do Jerusalem. Jerusalem and Rome are the 2 oldest and holiest places in the Catholic Church. I will travel to the Holy Land. So I think I'm running a deficit right now, building up this retinue, but I think I'm okay with that. I'll put a cap on it at a certain level, but I sort of need to I need to get these numbers up, and it's probably better that I do that now when I have a chance of rebuilding my treasury. My things are packed, everything is on order, and at the end of your journey, at the end of my journey, the Holy Land awaits. My journey begins. My liege, your wisdom and mercy are legendary. I've been appointed your regent. He's got a good stewardship, so hopefully that will lessen the sting of this investment on retinues. The rain has been pouring down for days. It's almost impossible to travel the roads. Why does the Lord punish his faithful pilgrims so? So I'm going to say this is absurd. I should have stayed at home for the... Well, no, it's monthly piety. So I'm really worried about the ill and pneumonic. But I dodged a bullet. I have no really good options for bishops. So even though he's in prison, if as soon as I release him from prison, his opinion of me is actually going to increase. So, oops. But again, most of these people have a pretty strong devotion to the Pope, so I don't think anything will come from these appointments. It's funny that I always put in free investiture, but it's a complete waste of time. Like, it just makes the church mad at me, and I usually don't use it. And when I do use it, it doesn't actually wind up getting me that much. But we roses like to do things our own particular way. Are you at least a pious woman? Well, she is just 21, but she's currently 19,023 piety, compared to the new Pope, who's 29,020. So, he's working on it, but, she's only been an adult for 5 years. As you stop to make camp near a river crossing along with the other pilgrims, you observe a group of builders working on a new bridge just upstream. You walk up to them and see the arches of the bridge are already half completed. The master builder notices your interest and walks up to you and offers to tell you about the construction techniques they are using. Yes, tell me more about this. Let's see if my learning changes. I very rarely get... Hey! There we go. I very rarely actually get the learning out of that, but... Riders approach. Thundering hooves are heard down the road. The pilgrims look with apprehension at the rising dust cloud. As riders close, steel armor and steel-tipped lances reflect the bright sunlight. The tension rises, but then a collective sigh of relief is heard as the banner of the Holy Knights seen flying above the mass of armored men. The knights halt before the pilgrims and graciously offer to accompany you on the road. Praise be the Blessed Virgin, most welcome escort. Jerusalem. You have finally arrived at Jerusalem. Passing by the Mount of Olives, you enter through the city gate and are immediately overcome by the feeling of having made a truly epic journey. The city is filled with the people of all creeds and colors, the air heavy with smells of strange spices and foreign plants. You make your way through the throng of people and animals, excited by the knowledge that you are now close to the Via Dolorosa and other holy places. You also plan to visit the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, but first you need to find some place to stay. After all, you wouldn't want to be forced to sleep in a stable, would you? How are our friend the Abbasids doing? Oop, it looks like they have... Nope, same guy. And still at war with Byzantium, although they've killed a couple other revolutions. Traveling all this way to see the holy places, you had hoped for more than this. It's just people, some churches, and a few bones that really look quite suspicious. Before coming, you had read the exalted stories of other pilgrims, but this just isn't like they described it. That's it? So I wound up getting the cynical trait after all. But appropriate for this character who started by breaking the legs of rats so they could roll. You finally returned from your pilgrimage. It didn't turn out quite as you expected, and perhaps you shouldn't have gone there in the first place. But there's no changing it now. At least you're home and can start forgetting about it. So I get 10 piety a month, but I believe I'm sitting at a negative, so I won't tell my family what happened out there. I lose 10 piety. So in this case... Oh, I'm still gaining 5 a turn. But I believe as a whole, I'm still... I believe I'm still at a deficit, or not a deficit, but I'm still at a negative from where I was before I was on the pilgrimage. But that's the chance you take. I could invest in the retinue again, but I know one of the problems I'm running into... one of the problems I'm running into with the cost is just the fact that there's so many troops to reinforce. So maybe I can be impatient and set it to the 2.5. I'll only do that until I go sub 1,000, and then I'll move back to the slower refresh. So I'm curious why I can't hold a tournament. But I can hold a feast. Everybody was talking about the musicians. I'd finally had some time off from my preparations for the feast, so I could see with my own eyes and hear with my own ears what people were talking about. The musicians were good, and they were looking for a patron. I want to offer you my patronage. This assassination's also taking a very long time. I might just see if I can get a divorce. Will not give me divorce. She doesn't like me and has a base reluctance. I guess I could make an anti-pope, but that's going to cause a whole other set of problems. I probably don't want to be fighting the Muslims and the Pope. No feast is complete without boar meat. Who will get the prestigious task of hunting and slaying the boars needed for the feast? Send out Marshal Gamel. Oh, speaking of which, let me shake up my council. So this is just going to make everybody angry, but it's nice to have the best people in each position. Alright, so what factions do I need to worry about? Technically none of them, but I know we were working on... This is also geographically remote, so definitely want to start working on him. For my marshal, as tempted as I am to do research military tech, I think I should actually start by training troops and then move on. I'm happy having him collect taxes in Westmoreland. I don't really need to worry about assassination attempts on me anymore, I don't think. Nope. So we'll start dismantling some of these factions. I could keep working on this guy, but I think I'll just I'll go after here, especially because he is involved with more than one faction. And then finally we will convert heathens. Look at that Catholic West Africa. Oh my goodness, actually I think we have converted all of our holdings. Oh, this is really tempting. So this is the white indicates that it's a holy site. So it'd be tempting to declare a holy war for this territory, basically to undermine the moral authority. But I open myself up to a jihad at an inconvenient time. So here I'll research cultural tech because I have a feeling improving religious relations is just going to be a very long and frustrating process. The best part about preparing a feast is deciding what foodstuff to serve. I must purchase venison, boar, duck, spices, wine, and ale, honey for desserts, cheeses, and perhaps even a swan or a peacock. I will spend lavishly on food, lose 20 gold in exchange for 10 prestige. Most of the preparations for the feast have been made. I now have only to send out the invitations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 subjects don't want to go to my feast. Ewok Fuzzy Nuts, how you doing tonight, my friend? My liege, blessings upon your house. I've discovered a plot where Earl Wiglaf of Nuremberg seeks to fabricate a claim on the Duchy of Bavaria. Well, if they go through it, they'll just get stomped. Guests have finally arrived. All is ready. The cooks have worked day and night preparing the food, and the castle has never looked lovelier. Welcome to my feast. And we are now below 1,000, so we'll still lose money doing this, but we will set the retinue to reinforce at half speed. We still have over 1,000, so over 1,000 horse, basically 2,600 light infantry, 1,400 pikemen, 1,500 archers, and 1,600 heavy infantry. So we are going to be reinforcing for a very long time. Everyone drank and were happy, except Bishop Osred, who refused more wine. This insulting gesture means that he does not appreciate my hospitality. How dare Bishop Osred insult me? Gonna Crush, just wanted to stop in and say good luck with my Iron Man playthrough, nerd. Thank you, Ewok Fuzzy Nuts. We're actually completing the game tonight, no matter what. We're at 1438, so we're probably looking at the last 10 years or so of this game. What will happen in those 10 years is anyone's guess. But I hope you have a good sleep. Definitely appreciate you stopping by. And for those of you who don't know Ewok Fuzzy Nuts, he's a fellow member of Team Panda. He's been putting a lot of time in Final Fantasy XIV. Very good streamer. He's actually quite good at explaining a lot of games which I've not personally experienced. And that can range from Minecraft to Final Fantasy XIV. Is somebody who I don't get it. A lot of the Team Panda people who stream around the time that he does, I don't get a chance to see as regularly because my schedule's a little bit wonky. But I always enjoy the stream when I can. So if you guys haven't already, I definitely recommend clicking on his name and giving him a follow. As indeed I would say the same of anybody on Team Panda. We've definitely kind of cleaned out the membership a little bit recently, so we're back to this wonderful equilibrium of a group of people that I can always stand behind in terms of the quality for their streams, and Ewok Fuzzy Nuts is very near the top of that list. Some of the guests did not seem satisfied with the food, but I would never have thought one of them would have complained out loud. Baron Seawood said a lot of nasty stuff about the food, and I couldn't help but feel irritated. If you don't have something nice to say, shut up. So far this is an angry feast. Hey, Kite, how's it going? Speaking of people who I like watching on Team Panda, Kite260 is also a good friend of this channel. He's a relatively recent addition. Somebody who has definitely been a very long-standing and a very cherished member of Seriously Clara's community. The amount of kindness that this guy has shown, not just Clara individually, but pretty much every streamer that he's run into, including, I might add, a donation the last stream. Definitely a great guy overall, who also happens to run an extremely entertaining cast in his own right. He has been streaming with Superior Blaze. He does a lot of... well, I won't say he does a lot. It just seems like when I've been catching his streams, he's been doing co-op with people. I really like the rapport that he and Superior Blaze have together. So, and I particularly remember Portal 2. It was, I had fun when I played co-op, but I don't think I've really quite played co-op the way that I got to see Kite and Superior Blaze play it. So he's another very strong recommendation that I can make for Team Panda. Clearly, I feel obligated to say that because of his generosity, but in this case, I really mean it when I say that his presence in the channel by far is the greatest gift that he can really give any stream. And it just so happens that he is constituted of better stuff than I am, and he is able to give quite fully of himself, and it's something that is very very worthy of respect. So somebody who and again, I mean, I should note too, somebody who often hosts the channel, and I mean, I can't really think of many people who have given so much of themselves to so many streams. It's quite impressive. So. Clean it out, case only. And as for how I'm doing, Kite, I'm would not say better chalk, just okay. I'll take that. But yeah, as for myself, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, so I think I've been stumbling over some of my dialogue. But we're getting ready to finish off our Crusader Kings 2 playthrough. We're currently holding the first feast that we've had in quite some time. I will give you a couple of comments about this ruler. So, Empress Wulfrid, the Hammer of Britannia. Actually, you know what? Calling her the Hammer of Britannia is even better. So, she inherited the kingdom when she was 6 or something like that. The very first event I got for her was this story that she was breaking the legs of rats to make roly-poly rats. And so she has the cruel trait. I think since age 9, she has always been engaged in at least 2 wars, including the war that made Britannia the owners of Jerusalem. When I started this playthrough, she was engaged in 4 wars, 2 rebellions, one against the Bari, where she was severely outnumbered, and something alongside with her husband. Because her husband became celibate, we are currently hosting a very strong plot to have him killed. First woman ruler of the House of Rose, and she is a piece of work, to say the least. So... Am I porting this to Europa? Yeah, T. Clark's trying to talk me into it. I'm tempted to. It'd be neat to It'd be neat to do a continued playthrough of House Rose, but suffice to say, I actually have some very specific plans in mind for what happens with this save file. I've been trying to keep it under my hat. So, but T. Clark actually made a good point that I should put up a poll to see how people feel about the Grand Strategy titles, if they want me to continue with exclusive CK2 nights and then just add another night to do Europa, or if I take a break from Crusader Kings and move into Europa Universalis for a bit. But I won't leave everybody hanging on that decision. I'll definitely I'll have something specific. I've actually had a plan in mind for what happens to the Rose stories, probably since 2 months ago. But there's a side of me that would like to keep that a bit of a surprise. So, but I'll make sure. Like I won't leave it as like this big mystery for an extended period of time. Musicians played and guests danced. I made certain that I danced with several persons, and I think we all had great fun. One more dance. Gain 10 prestige. What I think I will do as far as the reinforcements are concerned, again, I'm still losing quite a bit of money so far as my retinue is concerned. So what I will do is wait until I'm at the 500 mark. Unless I'm starting to make money again, but I doubt that. I'll wait till I'm at the 500 mark before I stop reinforcing. The last of the guests has returned home, and everybody agreed that was this year's greatest feast. Now, what I really want to do here is the Abbasids again are in a weak position. What I would prefer to do is get rid of Caliph Jibril and do an invasion right away, especially at their 27,000 strength. The problem is, and especially like in terms of my own troop strength, you'll actually notice that as far as the levies are concerned, I'm coming back at a very healthy rate. The catch is that I've currently used my my intrigue for this plot, which so far hasn't borne any fruit. So what I think I'll do is I will send small gifts. I won't send anything more than 20 to boost the score. But at this point, I really need to free up these resources. Oh, it won't increase the opinion any further? So again, this is really expensive at a time where I don't want to be spending too much money. But I want to be able to assassinate some of the people I have treaties with, so I can get on weakening their empires again. I think I'm gonna hit my 500 gold just by sending out these invitations. Man, there's so many more people that I could bring on, but I just don't think it's worth it. 650 is low enough for me. Spend all the money. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm still losing about 10 gold a turn. My liege, peasants attacked me while I was collecting taxes in Westmoreland. They wounded me severely and I barely escaped their wrath. It was 10 prestige. 10 prestige out of my 11,000. There we go. My co-conspirator Gunhilda has let me know that Emperor Constas of Britannia will die by poisoned wine at an upcoming banquet. Classic. No room in House Rose for celibates. Exactly, CPO Williams. This woman has needs. I mean, if you think about it, we've had multiple homosexual kings who have been able to give us a legitimate male heir. I mean, this guy is just not trying hard enough. So, success. Emperor Constas of Britannia died of the poison wine. Unfortunately, my complicity was discovered. Good, but bad. Listen, I don't think anybody is under any illusions about what a tremendous badass this Empress is. So, it'd be ideal if I could marry marry into the Basileus' family again. I believe it's... let me just double check that, actually. The Greeks didn't really help me on the last encounter, but... So it is the Macedon. And it has to be matrilineal, otherwise it's a waste of time. This family has a great history of womanizing and murder. Poison wine never works. Everybody knows that falling in manure is the only viable form of murder plots and for not being discovered. Badass and bad person are interchangeable in this situation. Hey, Bligalade, how's it going? Alright, good. We got plenty of Macedons. Let's go for, ideally, somebody young and lustful. Okay. A dwarf. I mean, that is, as far as attraction and health, not that great. Well, attractive will work. I think this is the best we can hope for. Empress Wolfild the Hammer fulfilled her ambition to get married. Give me a son. Alright, now on to important things, like assassinating the Caliph. This is what I would have preferred to spend the money on. Uh-oh. Well, I have a feeling that I'm probably going to have to assassinate my husband again. But at least the whole computer didn't crash this time. I'm probably going to have to reload because the save files tend to get corrupted in a crash. Nope, we're good. I can't remember what year it was when we last left. 1438 seems like a little a little far back. Yep, we got this Joker. But we've got 630 gold, so hopefully that means there's an assassination coming up. Failure! Emperor's Constance of Britannia did not drink the wine, and my complicity was discovered. Okay, so I'm conveniently... I want to see if Apple Q... If the game is gonna go... If the game is gonna pull crap like that, I do not feel at all bad about force quitting it and trying again. Oh, what happened? The game crashed again. If it doesn't work again, I might just have to suck it up, but that's kind of lame that I wind up in a situation where he's that much harder to kill because the game... I mean, the claim is that after every decision that you make in the game, it saves. But that is clearly not true. At least for this. I think it's a little bit more credible for Europa Universalis 4. But of course, the catch there is... The catch for that one is that the game takes so long to play. Like, literally you will see the autosave, and it's a cloud save too, so like it's not just putting something to your hard drive. So I suspect probably to deal with the complaints for Europa, they changed it, but I mean that's not without cost, right? The game is going to do stuff like what you just witnessed. There we go. What interests me is that it seems like the complicity was something that was already triggered. I mean, it could just be coincidence, right? If you think of it, there's four different possibilities: success, complicity not discovered; failure, complicity not discovered; success, complicity discovered; and failure, complicity discovered. So, I mean, the possibility of those two events happening one after the other is not extraordinary. But I'm interested that... I guess it's three times. So 3 times you're starting to maybe get a little... It's maybe a little suspicious. But I'm not... I'll do a quick save. I'm not entirely... sold that the discovery is premeditated. I think I can call him a ruler. Oh, he's not. Oh, hang on. That's not the right one. Okay, this is the last time I'm going to do this, I swear. I should have checked ahead of time before selecting that option, but I really don't want to have to wait like a decade before I can have a male heir. At least I know the quick save works. We're at July 14th. It's funny, we're almost at the 2-hour mark of the cast. I'm really bad at taking my breaks lately. I am bound and determined to finishing this playthrough, but I have a feeling that just means that I'm going to have a late night tonight rather than being done in the normal 3 or 4 hour block. It definitely feels like it feels like 10 to 20 years is actually not that easy to get through. Okay, back on track. Nope. Not back on track. I need to assassinate the Caliph. And despite being a known murderer, she's just about to hit 2,000 piety. The hammer fulfilled her ambitions. Give me babies. So again, as we're talking about, I don't want to strain the treasury too much. So if we hit the 500 mark, I will stop reinforcing the retinue. As far as levies, we're more or less okay. The big question is whether I want to... And these guys are so tempting to take on, but I didn't have a peace treaty with them. The big question is whether I press some of these other claims or if I keep going for the Holy Wars. And to be completely honest, I still haven't quite decided for myself. I'm just kind of sitting on... I'm sitting on it for now just so I can keep building up my retinue. But eventually I'm going to need to make a decision. I mean, maybe I just start with something simple and take out Valadoid. Alright, well, I'm not too crazy about that that event just because part of that is to deal with the factions, and in the end, the Spy Master is going to be more effective in dealing with them. I'm not really caring about plots anymore just because I turned them on auto-cancel. And the main reason for that is I was always saying it's like as long... It can't be against a family member, and then I would always evaluate whether it was useful to me or not. Well, the Empire has grown to a point... We've been so successful in our efforts to unseat the rightful owners of duchies and replace them with family members that pretty much any credible plot is going to be after a family member. It's usually between family members at this point. So at this, in this case, it was taking so much time to go through these plots, which I was always just hitting cancel for anyway, that it didn't seem, it didn't really seem worth pursuing. So this is going to be, if I don't have a son, this is going to be the next ruler, so I need to make sure that this is matrilineal as well. I've already kind of seen that the Macedon dynasty doesn't really offer that much, but I'm just going to take a peek again to see if there's any other possibilities.
'Cause I don't know if you know, but Macedon is the most populous country in the world. It's like 1/3 of the population of Russia. It's like 1/3 of the population of China. It's like 1/3 of the population of India. It's like 1/3 of the population of Pakistan. It's like 1/3 of the population of Bangladesh. It's like 1/3 of the population of Sri Lanka. It's like 1/3 of the population of Nepal. It's like 1/3 of the population of Bhutan. It's like 1/3 of the population of Nepal. It's like 1/3 of the population of Bangladesh. It's like 1/3 of the population of Sri Lanka. It's like 1/3 of the population of Bhutan. It's like 1/3 of the population of Nepal. It's like 1/3 of the population of Bangladesh. It's like 1/3 of the population of Sri Lanka. It's like 1/3 of the population of Bhutan. It's like 1/3 of the population of
next option is I'd ideally not marry another rose, although it's fantastic for prestige. So, no real alliance. What I basically need is an alliance and somebody who can produce heirs. None of them. So, I mean, my only option here is the 28-year-old dwarf, which I'm not... Like, there's... I can do better. So what we do instead is the good old-fashioned strategy of finding a Carling to marry. Assuming they're willing to do matrilineal. Looks like there are no Carlings who want to do a matrilineal marriage. Alright then, let's try by rank. Well, lots of eligible roses, no surprise there. And the rest don't have titles. Oh, but we do have some heirs, so let's not... No idea where Geldern is. This is... So, 20... Don't know what Gianio is. Yikes. It's a pretty heavy loss. I think I'm just going to have to settle for either a prestige loss or I'm going to have to marry into the House Rose. I'm really hesitant to marry into House Rose, and it's not just because of the possibility of an inbred child, although there is that risk. What I really need is to get some... I need to get some strong allies. Look forward to the time when I can have a more established scheduled more days than maybe have a Total War day, Total War Shogun 2 day. I don't have Shogun 2. The funny thing actually is, so it interests me that they do these demo weeks of it. So I did Rome 2. And what was funny to me is, like, I did the battles and I was interested but not blown away is probably the best way I can put this. I mean, really, it's a courtier, so I'm going to lose prestige this way, but 18-year-old Italian, so alliance, and lustful, so heirs. I think this is the best option. It's 92 prestige loss, which sucks, but I think this is the best of our options. From prison. So what interests me is there's obviously quite a bit. You know what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to hold off from any invasions until the dissatisfaction from the levies has been taken care of. I'm probably going to break that rule, but whoa! I don't feel too well. Something is wrong with me. I'm burning up with fever. My nose is running, and my head feels as if someone is banging something hard against it. Let's see if she makes it through. This normally doesn't wind up killing people, but... The line of succession is actually kind of fragile right now, so... I would prefer her to survive. But yeah, so Rome 2, again, it begins with a combat mission. 200 gold. That's too much. It begins with a combat mission, which I think is interesting, but I notice, like, the combat is kind of... You know, like, I'm intrigued, but not... You know, this is not the best I've had. It could just be that individual scenario. It could, you know, it is a tutorial mission after all. But, like, it was, you know, I'm interested in, it's kind of like seeing the big battle scenes from Lord of the Rings on the screen, like all of these things are positives, but maybe not so much so that I have to run out and buy this game right now. And just at the end of the playthrough on the free weekend, I actually got to the part where you actually start doing more of the Empire management. And then I finally got, okay, this is why people keep recommending it to me. So it's really funny that my experience of playing it in the free weekend gave me a very... Well, actually, over the course of 2 free weekends, gave me a very distorted picture in terms of what the game was about, to a point that I wasn't actually that interested in the series, despite all the recommendations that I was getting. So it's kind of funny how things like that turn out. But then, again, I mean, I think I'm also a little bit busier than most of the people that they're trying to rope in with that offer. Last time you played CK2, your brother kept pestering you about wanting a wife, so you married him off to a 73-year-old courtier. Nicely done. I am surely with child, my husband will be pleased. Excellent. I'm actually already really restless. I want to take this army out for a spin, but even though I could use it to... Well, I mean, the problem that I have is if I use it to expand the territory, then I'm working at cross purposes. I'm not... It's no longer reinforcing. I'm actually taking troops out of it. Maybe I could try and take something over with my personal forces. A famous herald, well versed in diplomatic protocol, has arrived at our court. He is proposing his services to us, and our chamberlain is saying that we can make good use of this man. I will say another mouth to feed is not what I need, because I don't want to spend 40 gold, which could be used to reinforce my army. Fever is gone, my nose is dry, the headache is long gone, and you feel alive once again. Alive! Alright, so we just hit below 500, so we'll stop reinforcing for a little bit. I think what we'll do to raise funds... We're actually not so bad, so we're over halfway on most of these troops. But I think I'll just use my personal... I'm going to use my personal forces to make the claim. Now the catch with this is that I potentially leave myself open to the... Actually, I think I'll take my retinue along with me, but in this case it will only be for... Like, they'll be part of the larger force. That seems to be the decent compromise. So again, I'll lose troops, but I won't lose as much. The only drawback with this approach is that I wind up weakening my personal forces, which potentially emboldens the factions. But again, I kind of want to take the time to lower the vassal discontent with my use and abuse of my rights as a empress. Is morning sickness? Morning sickness that could potentially kill you and end the bloodline. So I just want to make sure all of these provinces can support these troops before I start running around. I'm going to take a slightly indirect path just to avoid crossing the river. Again, I want to... Where normally I just kind of throw bodies at the problem and, you know, and then just shrug after the fact. I actually kind of want to make sure that I minimize the casualties that I sustain in this encounter. I mean, I outnumber them by a ridiculous margin, so I shouldn't suffer too many... I'm probably going to wind up suffering more casualties. Interesting. I'm not going to do it, but I'm going to I'm going to wind up suffering more casualties in the actual siege than anything. But again, I want to minimize the impact that that the siege is going to have on my personal troops, just so I don't embolden the factions too much. Leash to Just has been a success. Okay, this is just trying to deal with factions again. I don't think it successfully disbanded that faction, though. Or maybe it has. He's not... So he's either died or he doesn't care anymore. But there sure are a lot of people who don't like me. I mean, he's in hiding, so how much of a threat can he really be? Iceland, really? Why do these guys dislike me so much? Female ruler, female heir, succession law change, imperial... Yeah, okay, so... They hate me for actual reasons that I can't change. Still doesn't tell me what I'm going to do with my diplomat, though. Let's just go through the list. So he's in hiding... Actually, let's not go from the people who hate me the most. Let's just maybe try it on the margins. But I will keep a cap of -25 because I can theoretically get that taken care of on its own. So the Spy Master's visiting him. He isn't a duke. So let's start here. This is one of the things... So one of the things that I'm interested in doing for the next playthrough is... As fun as it was to start as a count and then just try to expand the empire. Obviously at the end, I will show you the full extent of the Empire of Britannia. One of the things that I would like to do is play something totally different. So that could mean starting off as an empire in the next playthrough. Have a new heir. If your character dies, you will now play as Eivswith Taeon's daughter, which is a lady. So clearly a lot of the early years of this game were spent, you know, actually becoming a duke, and then a king, and then an emperor. So I'd be interested to see what a playthrough would look like that, you know, begins as an empire, and we attempt to build out from there. Oh man, guy tries interceding for... Well, you know what? He's a member of a faction, so yeah, join him. Simple way to deal with plots. Can't really afford to spend money on this plot, but it doesn't hurt to do a little window shopping. Looks like they're all loyal. Alright, so I think we've got... Well, you know what? I'll still keep reinforcing troops until this war is over, because we'll need to recover from what... we'll need to recover from the from whatever losses we take during the siege. But after that, I think I need to move my marshal into researching military technology. You're glad I'm a guy because I'm an evil woman? Like I said, I like that this story is potentially ending on the first female ruler of House Rose, and that she winds up being a bigger badass than anybody. Oh, hello. I mean, they're back in strength, but man, they have got some absolutely delicious decadence and a war with the... Not just a war with the Greeks, but like just this standstill. I think we should go territory shopping after this next war. I'm gonna get hammered on for the vassals. But I mean, most of those troops are gonna be pretty easy to take over because the Demesne troops are like, what, -60 right now? -59. And I definitely have the numbers to take them on. Also, if we can get the war over with quickly, that means he dies and his son... We don't have a truce with his son, so he can just declare war again. How are the Byzantines for their army? 27. So basically the Abbasids are going to be growing, and the Greeks are going to be losing. So, I mean, one thing that could happen is they'll reply to me with full force. And then the siege becomes extended, and I wind up losing a lot of... Oh. Shola Muhammadid, let everybody know about my plot to kill Caliph Jibril dueling a drunken stupor at the local tavern. Man, they really are decadent. I never should have included that drunken blabbermouth in a plot this delicate. My reputation is ruined. But he belongs to a different religion, so we don't care. So yeah, I mean, the worst that happens is they focus those 63,000 troops on stopping me, which is bad. But the alternative is that buys enough time for the Byzantine Empire to kind of regain its strength and make some incursions into Abbasid territory. Although again, that doesn't necessarily guarantee that they're going to have, or that the troops will go after me. All right, well, looks like they're getting weakened. It's all kind of academic at this point because I'm still waiting for my current fight to finish. But one of the big things here is, I never really pointed this out, but you do actually gain gold, and sometimes you also gain piety. This is probably when you're going against other religions. But it's not really a way for me to finance these deficits, but it is it's kind of a way for me to do something productive while not damaging my treasury too far. And we seem to be clearing up the vassal discontent fairly quickly. We've got the wishes for... Yeah, she would never be as big or badass than Great Grandpa, the first king in the Rose Line. I mean... Grandpa is a unique figure, but I'm going to say that if Grandpa had a daughter, I'm pretty sure that this is Grandpa's daughter. You just realized the other day that CK2, you can tell what rank someone is by the border around their picture. This is the big thing, like, this is why there's obviously communities that are designed to, help people out as far as the content of the game, but I really wish that they would just spend the time to make proper tutorials and communicate these things. I eventually noticed that there was a difference around the edges, and it took me a little while to figure out the pattern. But, once you see it, it's fairly obvious. But yeah, like, I know I've complained about this a few times on the stream, but I really wish developers would, rather than just kind of assume that there are communities that are going to do the work for them, respect those communities by actually giving them the tools to share the games with their friends. So, like, to give you, here are the two perspectives, right? You've got one which says, you know, our game's going to be really popular, so there's going to be a bunch of YouTubers, there's going to be people on Twitch, there's just going to be like a whole bunch of... There's going to be a bunch of different things that that allow us to, you know, to skimp on the tutorials. We'll use those resources to make new DLC or something like that, or, you know, do some extra debugging or whatever excuse you're going to have. And I mean, sure, you have limited resource. What the hell? Oh, the one place that I didn't bother to check. So I'm going to lose a little bit to attrition. So in one sense, you know, obviously there's finite resources. You want to use them as effectively as you can. So, you know, if you knew that there would be people who would willingly volunteer, teach other people how to play the game, so much the better. But there's another way of looking at that, right? Which is, I enjoy playing these games. I also enjoy talking about them. But wouldn't it be nice if you could, you know, share games like this with your friends and it just be, here's a game that's interesting. It'll tell you what you need to know. Just have fun with it. Rather than, okay, so the instruction manuals aren't that good, so I'm going to give you like 20 minutes of, you know, of YouTube instructions, so on and so forth. It's just, you know, there's plenty of people I know who like watching me play this game, but don't like playing the game themselves because they find it frustrating, and I frankly don't blame them. And I know Paradox is notorious for not doing proper tutorials. I think most of the reviews that I've read of Europa Universalis 4 say that it is a very good game. It's in all respects superior to its predecessor, and that I've never read a review that does not comment on how inadequate the tutorials are. And I mean, Paradox always says in their manuals, it's like, oh, you know, you've got a bunch of like-minded gamers in the Paradox forums, but my encounters with Paradox customer service have usually been about the forums, and the point, I got to a point where I finally said, it's like, you know what, it's too much effort to try and get this stuff done. Like, I'm just not going to bother with the forums anymore. So in this case, I think their claim about, you know, oh, just go to the forums, they'll help you out, is a little disingenuous. I think, I actually think there's, they need to give us a little bit more. Alright, how are the Abbasids? 40,000 troops, dwindling treasury. Sounds like opportunity to me. Nope, can't declare war with raised troops. So I'll just hang out for a little bit, get that war score to 100%. Nope, they're offering peace, so I can probably just enforce the demands now. Surrender in these terms comes counts new. No. Oh, he's still my vassal anyway. Damn it, I thought I was taking the title from him. Oh well, I still have space for more vassals. Alright, so I kind of wish I could clear this up, but the opportunity for the Abbasids is too great, so let's just reinforce the retinue while we can. So big question here is, what do I want to take? There's one side which is tempting to take the Muslim holy site. The other thing that I could look at is the largest source of troop strength, which is a bit of a pain. There's got to be a map option. Opinions, Dynasties, Revolt Risk. Really doesn't offer any... Really doesn't offer a military view? That surprises me. This is drag map modes for easy access, but there's definitely more map modes in EU4. Alright, well, we'll do this the old-fashioned way. Let's see what we can invade first. So, where's Aleppo? No idea where Aleppo is, I won't bother. Oh, there it is. Antioch. Yep. I mean, Arabia is tempting because that... One of the things that I liked about one of the old strategies was being able to cut this territory in half. I could always have a group of troops which would harass the Abbasids. It would always make them move their troops around. So I like this idea of... I mean, I've kind of already screwed that up by having this piece of Jerusalem. They might just lay siege to these territories. But I kind of like the idea of not consolidating everything in this region. Not crazy about this, although it would be nice to have some more territory on the coast. I guess I only really need one landing zone, though. Baghdad would be the holy site. Which, again, I mean, opens me up for a jihad, but I have a feeling that the Abbasids are going to attack me whenever they want anyway. There's nothing really to attract me to that, especially because it puts me on the border of the Byzantine Empire, so they might just turn and hurt me. Again, similar argument to this area here. I just think we can do better. I mean, Sinai would be where I start hurting my strategy. I mean, I guess I can still harass them in Egypt. But again, I like this idea. I mean, the one advantage it would give me is I would see when the troops are moving through to take this. But I think the argument here is that if I were to like move a set of troops in here to harass the Abbasids while I moved a main force in, this is a longer distance for them to move, so they could, you know, siege a province here and then they spend some time walking over, and then they siege a province here and spend some time walking over. The closer I move towards the positions where I'll harass them, I'm shortening that distance between them doing something productive and then moving to kill my guys. So I think Sinai's out. Syria is tempting, but I don't necessarily see the advantage over going for something like Baghdad. And Tripoli, I mean, that just kind of leaves these pockets. Let's just be jerks and take a holy site. That's a lot of angry... That's a lot of angry people. So I have no allies to call in. Not an unfamiliar state for me to be in. I hope I didn't just make like a massive mistake. This is always a little tricky to figure out in terms of how to divide the forces. And this time I'm actually going to bother to... This time I'm actually going to bother to bring in the island troops, because I feel like I've been wasting a lot of manpower just because I'm too lazy to bring them on a boat. I also wind up leaving the West African troops, so I'll try and make the distance that they need to travel a little bit shorter. Please don't travel through the 10,000 rebelling troops. Now, I did talk about how, you know, some of these indirect vassals don't get used, but honestly, 174 is not worth the effort to bring the boats. You could probably say the same about 700, but whatever. I'm arbitrary and cruel. Alright, let's watch this Charlie Foxtrot get underway. You know, I could have probably wound up getting a crusade called for. I wouldn't worry too much about it. As long as you recognize your problems. So in 2 years, Europa Universalis 4 officially starts. It's a little weird that they have that overlap. I don't know if there's a specific historic significance of 1454 as opposed to 1444. I know the 100 Years' War isn't going to happen. France. I mean, France is more or less the same shape, but I believe is still run by lowborn. I mean, I like to think that the French Revolution happened a lot earlier. That's not right. Arbitrary and cruel should be the Rose family motto. So they haven't really mustered any kind of a credible defense. What am I looking at here? I've got pockets of 15,000. I really should have considered that before I did the attack. They get to pull the same strategy I did on them, which is to use the fact that these areas don't permit for really large engagements. I'll get a little bit of work done with these troops. I probably should have done that earlier. This supports 47,000, so I can at least drop my troops off, and then I'll just divide them up before laying siege to provinces. But I really need to be careful. I mean, they're obviously gonna get a doom stack together at some point, and holy crap, 100% decadence. I'm just gonna roll over them. Yeah, I just need to be a little careful in terms of how I manage my troops, but I land at Acre, and I just make sure I parcel out the individual forces. In the meantime, I'll at least get I'll just get a little bit of chip damage in on them. I have a feeling I'm not going to suffer too much because their decadence is so high. Yikes. Let's cut that in half and stop starving everyone. 34, 38. Yep, I just have too many troops. Actually, you know what? I don't even think that. I think that just moves the problem to another. So I have to have 3 staging grounds is basically what this game is telling me now. It's a nice problem to have, too many troops, but man. That complicates things. So I'm going to get a little ballsy here and go after one of these 1,000 stacks. It's mostly, at this point, it's just kind of testing the waters in terms of how these guys perform. I don't think I've lost any troops yet. Now, admittedly, the stakes are very small, so I should probably be expecting outcomes like that. But it's a nice little gauge in terms of what the future engagements are going to look like. So let's see how this turns out. I mean, I outnumber them 2-1, but they pretty much seem to crumple as soon as I attack. Oh, another tithe. So I lost 450 troops. I think I'm just going to deal with harassing them around the edges rather than trying to do anything too credible. I mean, that's about 460 troops that I lost in that engagement. This isn't really going to form any major component of my invasion, but it's probably better that I not just throw away troops like that. Alright, so I think realistically what I'm looking at here is probably about four different units roaming around Baghdad. And then, yeah, how do I handle this? Let's bring another set of ships just in case. I think I'll just have 4 units wandering around Baghdad, and then another unit sort of dedicated to punching stacks of enemy units. One rotten egg with a whole bunch. Sorry, I've been a little distracted just trying to think about the fastest way to end this assault, so I'm a little behind on chat. Let's try and get some activity going. I know not everybody watches, some people just enjoy listening, but let's take the temperature. There's a fair number. We've hit double digits now, so welcome to those of you who are new, and welcome back to those of you who have hung out before. I'm glad to have you either here or coming back. Let's hear everybody's plans for the weekends or other things that you would like to show and tell the class. I'm going to need more boats. Again, nice problem to have, but unexpected. I think we just move these guys in. There's no point in delaying this. So I just want to double check these choke points. So 15, 10. Oh, but I don't need to invade that. So 15, 15, 17, 5, 12, 2, 10. Okay, so I keep it in stacks of 15 and then worry about what happens in the far end. Going on a first date tomorrow, there will be fireworks. Oh yeah, of course, it's Independence Day. Happy pre-Independence Day for those of you who are on the West Coast with me, and happy Independence Day to the rest of you. Yeah. It's Alaskans and Californians are the only ones who it's not July 4th for yet, so I hope it goes well for you, Endors. Be sure to let us know. But you can avoid some of the details if it goes too well. One of the nice things about the current state of the Abbasids are they don't have enough strength to really lay siege to any of my provinces. If you take a look at what they're doing right now. Oh, Hawaii also. Wait, really? Oh yeah, no, of course. What am I saying? It's closer to Japan. I must have been thinking of the Atlantic, Hawaii. Jesus. But yeah, if you look, like, they're trying to lay siege to some of these areas, but they just don't have the troop strength for it. Now, again, the thing to keep in mind on this is there's 50,000 troops somewhere. And I don't see them... No, I don't really have allies in this area. It'd be nice if we were on something like a crusade, because then we could actually see what the Greeks are up to. But it's safe to say that the 50,000 troops are either going to be in these regions or they're on their way to me here. But in the meantime, it's nice to just gobble up these smaller units to avoid... I mean, one unit on its own is not going to be that big of a deal, but, you know, if you look here, you've got 46, so about 250 there, so this becomes 800 units, 1,500 units, 1,700 units, 2,000 units, 2,800, 2,000 units, and all of a sudden these guys die. So, being able to anticipate problems like that is... it's just a nice little... Actually, this is a nice little unit I can start taking into those low supply areas. I have a feeling I'm not really damaging their ability to make war that much. I guess I'll worry about that later. Hello? What are these? Peasant revolts. Don't care. Rather nettlesome neighbor keeps sending me envoys, begging for money or demanding tribute. I feel rather confused about his arbitrary ways, and I'm not sure what I should do. I will send him these roses. Or I will nail the envoys' hats to their head. I'm gonna mess with them, send them roses. But of course, we know that rose has a very special meaning in this playthrough. What are these? So they're not actually... They're not directly enemies of me, but they're definitely going to frustrate my plans. I kind of wish I could... kind of wish I could persuade them to move into some Abbasid territory. Alright, do they have enough room on the boats for these guys? Nope. How about now? Thought so. Not worth it. I'm also thinking about the troops here. I think I'll just have to make a special trip. Alright, just gonna keep an eye on what's going on here. If they move south, I'm hooped, but... Yep, fair enough. Alright, so the first 25,000 Crusaders are showing up. Maybe I'll just use these guys to terrorize all the units around the periphery. What are we looking at here? 1536. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, we take 10,000 away. Don't go the same direction, please. Sorry about the clicking sounds in the background. That's just Slack, which I forgot to turn off. I won't be so rude as to check Slack during stream, but I don't want to... on the odd chance that there's something sensitive, I don't want to bring it up on the screen to close it. I'm not important enough to send sensitive things to, but better safe than sorry. Oregon, Washington, Nevada, and Idaho are Pacific time. Cool. I was using California as representative. I'm not good at United States geography. I suspect I probably couldn't name a quarter of the states, if I'm completely honest. But I can use my nationality as an excuse. I'm gonna starve them again. So I need to be careful about now. I've got, this fairly healthy invasion underway, but because I've got so many moving parts and I've kept the speed on maximum, if I'm not careful, as has happened a couple of times, the AI is just going to send a doom stack my way without me paying attention, and I'm going to wind up paying for it. So there's a significant number of their forces right now. I want to keep an eye on them. I suspect... Well, it looks like they're hunting down Greeks, actually. How are they doing? 27. They have got to be very happy that I'm doing this. But what I basically need to do is I need to make sure that there's another group of about 9,000 troops to back these guys up. Otherwise, I just continue to terrorize their weaker units. Actually, I think I'll just get these guys to shadow. I think that's the best bet. So I'm already losing war score. I think this is just because I haven't taken the objective yet. I'm definitely taking a chance by moving this troop out, or these troops out so far, but it's a risk I'm kind of willing to take. So again, the idea here is that I'm just sort of harassing I'm harassing these smaller units, but this is also doing double duty as 9,000 unit backup. Again, I have reason to believe, because their decadence is so high, that I won't actually need to call on these troops. But especially because I've got the numbers, it would be foolish of me to come this far just to wind up throwing my troops away carelessly because I didn't pay attention in terms of where they were moving their forces. I don't really want to engage these guys because there's already going to be a stronger force coming in, so I'll just go south. And again, we divide these guys in half. We send one group to the south, and this can take 10,000, so I feel okay moving them in here. Now, I don't really need all of these ships, and especially because I've got problems with discontent at the liege levies. I'm just going to dock these, burn the ships to motivate the troops. I guess I could have taken the smaller unit, but... And I was an idiot and just let this thing hang out. So, I'm definitely I've overcommitted, but it's nice to have these extra units in the theater, just so I can use them in an emergency. Not my son, so... You say that and your Slack goes off? That's probably the Team Panda Slack then. As you probably noticed, if you saw the stream events subject, Kite, if I think you'll probably, if this pace is any indication, you're probably going to have to go to bed before this can happen. But my plan was to do a little something after this particular playthrough. So we'll see if we can get it done. Okay, so what's going on with this? This is the 10,000 one, so I think I will move this unit to Al-Zakara, move it up into Druze, and then I'll lay siege to Deir. The catch is that I'm kind of blind in these areas, so it could be that there's a large force that catches me by surprise there. But I could also just be being paranoid. I also don't see that 15... Oh, there's the 1500 stack. So in this case, I'll move them to Damascus. I'll actually stop them in Damascus. And what I actually really want them to do is assault at Homs. I want them to commit, and then I will move the... So how long is it going to take me? They get there on the 5th of April, so it's about 10 days. So I want them to commit. As long as these guys can hold out for 10 days, these guys are going to run in and just wreck their day. So it's a bit of a risky strategy, but I think it's one that will pay off. Can drop these levies, and then of course I've got reinforcements coming in as well, so I don't need to worry too much about the cost of this particular strategy. On the other hand, I have kind of gone all in terms of my troop commitments, so I also want to be careful. Like if I screw up too many times, I don't have any other option but mercenaries. And I completely forgot to disable my retinue reinforcements, so I'm actually bleeding cash at the moment. I still have the option of borrowing money. So the Decadence has this a little bit more of a closer match than it should be, but definitely they would have lost on their own. I still need the strength in numbers to be able to credibly beat these guys. But fortunately, we are putting the hurt on them. That's 11,000 troops that died in one battle. Well, one series of battles. It's fairly costly to us, though. I mean, those stacks were definitely much more substantial than they were before. But on the other hand, we do have a fairly major victory over the Abbasids, and those troops are done for now. There's no way that they're going to be able to come back from that. 33,000 troops, I think, will start. Nope, they're okay in there. So this is kind of the last deployment that I have. If I screw this up, I'm toast. One thing I could also do is, rather than just picking on all of these individual units, I could try just sieging territories that are not being contested at the moment, but I don't think that is the best use of my time. I'll just wait till these guys go through Druze, and then I'll consider my next move. So this 22 is a little too much to deal with, so we'll split these into 10,000 units. And I guess, really, I just keep sieging these territories. I don't want to assault just because I don't think reducing my manpower is the way to go here. I'm having a little trouble figuring out what to do with all of these units, though. I think I'll just go after the strongest unit in the immediate area and figure it out from there. Ideally, I'd be able to lay siege to this entire area. This is a little bit of an experiment to see whether or not I can have one province separation. My suspicion is that these guys are going to start starving because of a lack of supplies, at which point I need to wait for these sieges to finish and then I can open up 2 more fronts. Which in that case means I can have, I believe, at most 2... No, if I take Baghdad, then I'll be able to have 3 sieges going at a time. But that sort of implies that I brought too many troops. Alright, these guys are going to Balak. These guys are just kind of hanging out. I don't really want to disband these units, so I think I'll just kind of keep them hanging out in territory I own for backup until they actually start showing what their larger units start looking like. I think it's better that I just take the sieges that I can, but don't overcommit. If you import your CK2 game into EU4, do you start EU 1444 or in 1453 when CK2 ends? That's a good question. I don't actually know how the converter works. There's a side of me that suspects that it will probably start the mod at my understanding of the converter is that it basically makes a mod for you, and so my suspicion is that the mod will start in the year that your game ended, but that's pure speculation on my part. Maybe they have the 9-year buffer in there to give a little playtime to people who aren't importing before whatever key events in the 1450s take place, just to allow for a little historical groundwork to be put in place. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of different ways. I mean, there also isn't a consensus in terms of history, right? Like, I think the closing of the Academy is kind of the official end to the classical period. But I tend to notice that like this whole idea of, you know, when does certain history begin and end? Interesting. So I'm losing some to attrition. So theoretically, if I ditch some of these troops, I don't starve them anymore. I mean, I could attack them in Samara, but yeah, so I mean, for every, you know, the classical period ended on X date, there seems to be just sort of these general definitions that a particular, you know, if you're doing a history of a particular topic or of a particular people, those seem to lend themselves to the more ready, you know, statements. It kind of seems like some of these definitions are a little bit more fluid. So it could be that if you want to take the perspective of, you know, a game which is supposed to be about the Middle Ages, they decide that 1453 is the appropriate time to end. So in this case, we're a little under 10 years to go. Whereas when you're making a game about the early modern period, 1444 is the better start. Unfortunately, I'm not that well versed in the history of either period to know what specifically makes those dates commendable, let alone why you would choose the difference in terms of those two perspectives. But I'm assuming that it probably has something to do with the fact that depending on the lens that you adopt, things become a little bit become relatively a little more important. Oops. Keep forgetting after midnight my notifications start coming back. I mean, I guess the one thing I could say too is like if you're wanting to give an account of, let's say, World War II, with the exception of World War One, a letter arrived from my Nettlesome neighbor not many days after the astonished envoys returned home. He was most grateful and deeply touched by the red roses I sent him. Let's see, they finally came to good use. Let's see what happens when I do that. It's time for experimentation. We're at the end of history. Yeah, so like let's say you're doing a history of World War II. How much you want to go into things like the British Empire is, it's kind of up in the air, right? Like, is it relevant? Yeah, I mean, it's certainly... it's not something you can completely ignore, but is it as important as, say, the outcomes of the First World War and how they influenced the rise of the Nazi Party and things like that? Like, in terms of the emphasis that you want to place, events that kind of become prominent in one account of history are not necessarily going to have such a central role in the other narrative that you want to tell. So, when I'm finished reading my history book, I will I'll let you know the answer. All right, so I could definitely use some extra diplomacy because of my cruelty, but stewardship seem. You know what? If I could, my garden is the apple of my eye, my pride and joy. I just trust my gardener and would spend every hour of the day in the garden if I could. So we will grant her some feminine hobbies. Although, I mean, obviously, I think I can think of a lot more male gardeners than female. I know my mom had a garden, though. So I will say if I could, I would spend all my time in the garden. This is mostly so that I can get the extra stewardship. Diplomacy would be nice, especially with so many vassals that hate me. But we kind of have a systematic Rose way of handling people who hate us, and that's just to kill and imprison them. So in this case, we will spend all the time in the garden. Little concerning to see these troop movements. I mean, 40,000 troops in Baghdad is worrying. What do you have in Samar? Yeah, 10.5. I definitely don't want to commit troops to that. But so far we haven't had anything horrifying materialize yet. So just make sure we keep pressing them in the places where they're gaining troop strength. It looks like they're just kind of committing these... it looks like they're just committing these 1,000 troop stacks to be butchered, so he has become incapable. So I actually don't necessarily want him to die right now because he's a weak and ineffective leader. The regent isn't strong militarily. What about his heir? His heir is currently in prison. Does it say whose prison he's in? Oh, he imprisoned him. And he's terrible at military, so we're in a pretty good spot. I mean, this stack is going to get their asses kicked. There's not a lot of people coming home from these incursions. But as long as we can keep the Abbasids on the run, we're in good shape. I think in this case I'm actually just going to chase them down and finish them off. If you remember correctly, the 100 Years' War ended in 1453. I think the Wars of the Roses and the 13 Years' War both started right around 1454-55. From a historical perspective, it makes sense that, at least with the starting and ending points, you'd want to choose fixed historical events. I know originally you were thrown directly into the 100 Years' War in Europa Universalis 4. The last game I played was France, so you actually have to start the 100 Years' War yourself now. But But yeah, those events that you're talking about seem to be the guiding lights that they've chosen. All right, so we lost. It's a bit of a shame because we. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, never mind. I thought our opponent died. I guess I'd see the icon change if he died, so I should stop freaking out. I feel like these guys should be doing more than just hanging out in the area, but I also kind of want to keep 20,000 troops in reserve. Just in case a doom stack suddenly comes out of nowhere, so I can deal with it quickly. I don't think we'll catch them on time. Yeah, 18th and 23rd, so let's just try and chase them down. I also don't need to be shouldering this 100% myself. There are Greeks in the north. Assas on February 2nd. They will arrive February 6th, so let's just meet them. Cowards. So 16th February, 12th February, we got them. And we're still suffering on war score, but that should change pretty quickly because a bunch of our sieges complete. I think we'll just sweep out these areas. Nothing too frightening coming from the south, so I'm not too worried about them. And I think what I'll do here is these guys have helped enough, so I'm just gonna get them to join this 5,000 troop group. I'm starting to think Carlo might fancy me. Make a move. I went to Carlo's chamber and gave him a good tumble. It's good to be the Empress. As you can see, this is an equal opportunity game. You can have affairs as Emperor and Empress. I also love that she is clearly the active participant in this. She gave him a good tumble, not the other way around. I hope if a child comes as a result of it, you get to have, you know, the hide it from your spouse minigame. Feudal Japan is your zone of history. We'll see. In addition, what the hell is happening here? Catholic uprising. I have no beef with you. Please leave me alone. I think I need to commit troops to them after. Oh, good. They escaped. Oh dear, I must be with child. Will my husband believe it's his? Good news, darling! So I'm really happy that the Abbasids are undergoing revolutions, but that sucks that that landed straight on top of my troops. So Scipio Williams, in addition to the fact that Europa Universalis 4 actually has, well, it's not feudal Japan. I mean, it's early modern. But you, like, the national goals at the start of the game will be things like unify Japan effectively through conquest. I mean, you have other options, but usually the most effective way is to conquer your way to becoming emperor. But I believe they also have the game, I think it's called Sengoku. But Paradox actually has treated that historical period a little bit more comprehensively than some of their others. I mean, obviously, Europa Universalis 4 is kind of their flagship title. It seems like it almost seems like any Twitch channel that I watch that's playing a Paradox game is usually going to be playing that one. Okay, let's go to Mosul and then down to Samara. I want to see whether or not I can actually get away with this. Victoria seems to be kind of like the one that's really beloved by the people who play it, but hasn't quite got... Like, it seems like Crusader Kings period, which surprised me. It's weird that they didn't continue that, because Rome seems to be such an easy sell. But I actually found out I got the Japanese one in the Paradox Humble Bundle, and I didn't realize it. There's a mod for CK2 that's just Japan? That's neat. And Feudal Japan lasted until 1700-ish. Okay, cool. You've been so tempted to get Sengoku so many times. I believe it's the first game where they used this Clausewitz 2.5 engine. Oh, by the way, Nobody New Type, I know I thanked you for your follow, but I believe that's the first time I've seen you talk in chat. Welcome. Thanks a lot for hanging out. You want to see it now? You've not heard about it? I would stream it, except for the fact that I believe it's a PC-only title, so until I get a PC that's capable of streaming, which is unfortunately not really in the cards for any reasonable amount of time, I'm stuck, playing it if I so choose. I'd probably play Victoria before anything. But I'm interested. Oh, your chat wouldn't load. Oh, that's fine. Nobody need to. I mean, one thing that I say, I think the experience of most people is that they prefer listening rather than watching. I mean, the quality of the stream is what it is. It's a function of my poor upload speed, and that is just one of the factors of living in Canada. Where are these guys heading? So they're going to Baghdad. I think I'm just gonna match up the troops in Al-Zakara, and we will face them down in Karbala if they decide to force the issue. But yeah, in any case, I get a lot out of having people participating in chat. It's one of the better rewards of doing this. But on the other hand, I also kind of recognize that it's my job to provide the content. So everybody's really kind and giving me something to respond to, but I never expect it. So if you prefer hanging out in channels and just watching, it's definitely more common on Twitch, that's for sure. So in either situation, I hope you enjoy your time here. So I think I'm going to be a little bit late in coming back. They're going to arrive on the 29th. They're going to... 14th. I think these guys are screwed. 16th of October, 29th September. So, I mean, the question here is, do I throw good money after bad? Do I just slowly file in, like, the 9,000 troop, the 11,000 troops, and potentially get them all devastated? Or do I just cut these guys loose, guarantee that they're going to be butchered by the 15,000? I think I'm going to try slowly filing them in, because I still have the advantage of their decadence. So that's going to be a really bloody fight, that's for sure. I think what I'll maybe just do is consolidate some of the forces that I have, so combine like the 5,000 with this 9,000 or something like that. Well, they might be able to hold out. It's gonna be ugly, though. Oh, damn it. That's the worst possible outcome. Okay, I at least have the advantage of morale, but I'll throw another 7,000 troops in just to make sure that they get the message. It's a lot more costly than what it should have been. Yikes. I think I'll force the issue with the 7,000. I'm starving everybody though, so. I'll combine these. Yeah, this isn't very organized anymore. I think at this point we just we stay with what we have. Oops. I have a new heir. If your character dies now, you'll play as Sithwe Treonson, so. My labor was difficult. I fear that something is wrong with me. The midwives look worried. I feel so terribly weak. I must pray to God. So, may not be the last member of the Rose Dynasty. Okay, tell you what, guys. I'm at the 3-hour mark, so I need to take a small break for myself. It'll only be about 3 minutes. Actually... no music. I will be back with you in just a sec. I got a couple things that I want to get done, and then we'll be back to finish. Again, we're going to play this playthrough to the very end. Obviously, we've got a couple new faces in here, so this is my very first Iron Man playthrough of Crusader Kings 2. We began as the Count of Westmoreland, and kind of the point was to acquire as much territory as possible, and along the way we wound up with this very strange... very strange family of bloodthirsty, sexist... I don't even know how to describe them. This weird family, the Roses. So this is... tonight I'm committed to putting an end to this story. We've only got 9 more years to go. And if we feel up to it to the end, I know this is kind of normally the time that I would be wrapping up. But... we will be... I'm going to try at least one round of a different game, which has a lot more audience participation. So I'll see you guys in about 3 minutes. I encourage you guys to get up, have a stretch. That's what I'm going to be doing. And we'll be back to finish the story. See you guys in a little bit. All right. So, there is something running in the background, which has basically got Crusader Kings 2. Crusader Kings 2 is running, but it is currently locked up, and it's not giving me any precise reads on. It's not giving me any precise reads in terms of how long this is going to take, so I'd rather not have you just be faced with an image of Vengeful Spirit for the entire duration, but I also don't have a game to show you for the next little while. So we're going to do system talk. I got a couple of anecdotes that I can share, but let's bring this up. It's now Independence Day for everybody but Alaskans and Hawaiians. Other than Endor's... well, I don't think it's Endor's first date. I believe it is Endor's date coming up tomorrow, which he referred to as a first date. Anybody else got plans for Independence Day? Alright, I could wind up stepping on somebody's Independence Day stories. I know last time we did a stream there's a really substantial delay, but I will... At the moment, I'm not getting any material inside of chat, so while I am waiting for this process to complete, I really wish they... It said a few minutes, and it has definitely been a few minutes, and I have a feeling it's going to take more than just a few minutes. So apologies, but I didn't quite know this was going to be the consequence. I will talk a little bit about my impressions of Crusader Kings 2 now having gone through what's basically a full playthrough. I mean, clearly we're going to go for the achievement on here. I got the... I'll try and talk about it from every perspective that I think is relevant to my gaming hobby. So this means how I feel about it as a consumer, how I feel about it as a gamer. And a lot of this stuff, especially for people who've been following me through the whole playthrough, a lot of this will probably be repetition. But I'll try and kind of unify these ideas into something a little bit more coherent than what I normally talk about. Because, like, inevitably something happens in the game and I just wind up, I wind up getting distracted, or I have to deal with something like, a 15,000 troop surge or something like that. So I think the first way, I'll talk about it in terms of price point and, like, the money side of things. Because it's material, and I mean... We're very lucky now in the sense that we have digital distribution, so it's not hard to get a game, even if you live in a remote area. Like the only thing you need to worry about if you live in a remote area is the speed that you can get in terms of downloads. And even then, that's just kind of a matter in terms of how many hours it's going to take you to get your game, rather than No, I just got a question from the UBC Dota Club. in this sense, you know, any game that you consider on picking up, and I mean, I think most people who tend to watch these streams are people who are already committed on Crusader Kings 2. But for anybody who's kind of on the fence in terms of this game, more or less any game that you're considering kind of needs to be justified, right? I have not spent nearly as much time as I would like in this war of mine, so why should I go and try Crusader Kings 2, Europa Universalis, Victoria, or Hearts of Iron when, you know, I've got this really good and very, you know, game that is quite relevant to my studies in some ways, that I haven't been able to put the time in. You know, I got the Grim Fandango remake. I've never played the original Grim Fandango, but I think it's a really interesting setting, and I would like to spend more time in it. Or any time in it, for that matter. I've just seen a trailer, for God's sake. You know, so given that that is sitting in my library at the present moment unplayed, how could I justify, you know, this Middle Ages dating simulator, basically? So, with that in mind, this raises the question of price as well. Is this game worth the money? Now, I'm of two minds about this, because in one sense, if you bring it up on the store page right now, all of the prices that I'll get are in Canadian dollars, which is a little bit of a problem. But taking a look at the price of this game, if you were to buy it as a Canadian right now, you would be spending $43.99 for the core game. The Grand Strategy Collection, so Crusader Kings 2, Europa Universalis 4, Hearts of Iron 3. Of course, Hearts of Iron 4 is coming out either at the end of this year or the beginning of the next. And Victoria 2. I believe there is also a third Victoria game, which is not officially announced, but I believe most people consider that to be a done deal. To buy those 4 games together, again, just the base games, not the DLC, $109.99. And if you buy what they call the Crusader Kings 2 collection, which doesn't actually include all the DLC, you're looking at $174.99, again in Canadian. And then if you click the Add All DLC to Cart, so in this case you would be buying everything, including the cosmetic upgrades and the things that are not included inside the Crusader Kings 2 collection. So this is without the base game. You wind up spending $215.59. So here's the thing. I think this game is at its best when you are playing it with things like the DLC. I think the DLC, with the exception of the, what is the Aztec one? Sunset Invasion, which I have not played. I don't own. I mean, that's what you're getting here. The only mod that I am not using is Way of Life, which Superior Blaze was kind enough to donate. And, you know, in one... I guess at this point you ask the question, is this a $200 game? Now, the problem with trying to measure it along prices is that this also deals with somebody's financial situation. So I'm just starting grad school in September. Anybody who decides to go to grad school is basically deciding to be in quote-unquote poverty while their friends actually establish lives and, you know, probably get, like, their first house and things like that. So there is no game in the world that I could justify spending $200 for. Now, this is a game that I've also dedicated a lot of time to as well. So in terms of, if you want to kind of measure it in terms of the price to the time spent in the game ratio, it's actually probably one of the better deals that I've gotten in terms of the number of hours that I've played and have gotten enjoyment out of as well. So the tricky thing here is, of course, that for, you know, somebody who's founded an incredibly successful .com company, it's, oh man. Your plans for the 4th. I have reason to believe that the delay is absolutely absurd. Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. T-Clock was just in the other room. I was terrified for a second that I was just ranting on about about the game. So yeah, I mean, the problem about measuring this game as a price is that price is going to be taking into account things that are not relevant to the quality of the game, right? If you founded a successful .com firm, $200 is nothing to you. And I mean, you could have, $200 booster packs in Hearthstone, and they're probably worth it in that sense. That's maybe a little... I mean, obviously, the wealthy don't just set fire to piles of money, but I think you kind of get the idea that I'm trying to communicate with that. So I wind up being put in this very difficult position, which is like, is the core game worth it for $43? Now, the catch is I've never played the core game. My suspicion is that it probably isn't, because there is so much of this experience that is tied into that DLC, and purchasing the DLC is a very expensive prospect if you buy it at the full value. So this is a game that I usually will recommend as far as Steam sales go. But with that in mind, one of the ways that I think you can effectively learn the game, and I think one of the best ways to handle it, is to buy the components that you find the most interesting, which is what I did. Like, I got the core game in the Steam sale, and then I bought a few concepts that I thought would be interesting. So I got, the Islam expansion, although I've never played a Caliphate. I got the Sons of Abraham, and I got Legacy of Rome, and then the Republic one. I think they just call it the Republic. And I specifically actually wanted to try Merchant Republic because I think they're an idea that I find interesting over several periods of history. So I think that's one way that you can sort of ease your way in, which is to wait for the game to go on sale. It usually goes on sale when they release a new piece of DLC, and they tend to release DLC that quite often. So usually what you can do is you can get a fairly good deal on the game when it goes on sale, and then you just kind of shuffle in the DLC over the course of over the course of the life of the game. And that way, rather than just... I mean, inevitably, when you start playing the game, you're going to be hit with a wall of commands. And, it's going to be a game that's hard to understand when you start with it. And there's really no avoiding it. Like, that's just part and parcel of these grand strategy titles. I understand that they are more comprehensible than they were originally, but, that's kind of like saying... reading the United States tax code is a little bit easier when you are using a computer rather than the printed documents. Like, it is still a complicated document, and that is, part of that is just a core feature of it. It'd be nice if it was simpler, and there's probably ways that it can be simplified, but in the end, laws need to be very specific about things, which tends to mean that the wording can become quite complicated. Likewise, part of the appeal of a game like Crusader Kings 2 is its complexity and its depth. So if you try to oversimplify it, then you wind up missing out on some of the things that make this game quite unique. I will comment that it seems like the developers are very conscious about not shying away. Oh, it's done. Thank Lord. All right. I know I lost a whole bunch of you for that. Sorry about that. But we are back. So I might interrupt the dialogue for a little bit of chat about strategy, but I'll try and talk about the value of this game while I'm working on it. I think I'm also gonna take down the speed a little bit just while I'm doing so much combat. I think in this case I really need to improve diplomacy, otherwise I'm gonna be in a world of hurt. So I think the development team is quite conscious about... Is he with a faction? Maybe it tells me with his... He is, so... Another guy in prison. Now, do I continue sieging Baghdad, or do I chase these guys down? I guess I can always head back. So it seems to me that they're kind of their guiding light as far as designing the games are, you know, you have the existing title. So let's take Europa Universalis 3 as an example. You have the existing title, you have the features that exist inside of it, and their aim is to not remove the complexity from the game, but rather present it in, I guess, for lack of a better term, more sensible ways. And this is one of the big appeals to me about a lot of these Paradox games. And even when I talk to friends about them, you know, friends who are maybe not that interested in the games themselves, they always like the look of them. You know, there's something about looking at a map. Oh, excellent. So my Empress is still alive. There's something about just looking at these maps, and I know I talked about this in a previous cast, that this idea of kind of the visual display of information, of you know, either different statistics or different. I mean, it kind of depends on what information you're looking for. But you've got so many different vectors of information, right? You've got you can measure by religion, you could measure by culture, you could. I mean, I'm picking this kind of homogeneous area to illustrate this. You know, independent realms is probably the most relevant because you want to know who owns what, but you know, religion can matter, especially when it comes to matters of revolts, although you also have an option to portray revolts. You know, the one thing that isn't the most interesting in this particular game is, you know, just geography, or just the terrain option, because there are there's other information that's most relevant to you. And so in some ways, I think this game just comes down to effective information management. And I think they do a particularly good job of accomplishing this, especially with the newer engines, which have, you know, just this very attractive look. I went the wrong direction. Oh well, they'll get away. I probably shouldn't be chasing them too deep with a force this week. I don't know how many people they have protecting that fort. 1,000? Okay, we can still afford to siege Baghdad. I mean, I could engage them, but that seems like a really good way to lose troops. And now they have 5,000. This is actually going to turn into a big problem. How do I cut them off? So they arrive April 28th. I'll arrive May 23rd. Too late. I can't go into these areas without starving them, so we'll go to Al Najaf. We'll let them combine, and then I will just meet them. I'll meet them wherever they want to engage me. I noticed Marshal Earl Rodbart's hard work, and everyone seems to like him. I'm deciding between having my Marshal heighten the morale of my troops or recruit more soldiers. It's tempting to recruit more soldiers, but I don't believe I'm that far from my caps. $92. Yeah, so I mean, we're about 8,000 short, but I don't think that's good. Let's improve the morale, because that's really what makes or breaks these fights anyway. Anyways, I've kind of already lost the plot as far as evaluating this game is concerned. I'll definitely say that this is an expensive game by any measure, and I think one of the ways that you can, again, come down to information management as a consumer is to buy the DLC that interests you the most, rather than just buying it all at once. Unless, of course, it's a sale, in which case there's you have some options for some really good deals. And that brings me down to kind of the conduct of Paradox, is that I think they make very good games. It's not a company that I am particularly fond of either in their practices or their customer service. So I've had multiple issues on their forums, particularly around the idea of multiple accounts and things like that. I've tried to consolidate them. They have not helped. Generally, the conversations with customer services representatives have actually usually been very frustrating, so I don't even bother going onto the forums anymore. It's just a little more it's more trouble than I find it worth personally. That's probably unique to me. I think most people seem to be able to access the forums without a problem, but I mean, my situation has led me to a situation where I can't do that, and that's a problem for me. In addition to the fact they release a lot of DLC, there's two types of DLC. There's the stuff that's purely cosmetic. There's the stuff that is a feature of adds features to the game. Not every DLC that adds features to the game is necessarily worth it for people. Every time, even though you've paid the full amount for your game, you're always going to get advertising about the DLC. Like, I have every cosmetic and every, actual content DLC in the game, and it's still like advertising ruler customization to me. It's like, at some point, I just like to play the game without being advertised to. And the frequent release of such DLC, again, one, makes the game quite a costly proposition, but number two, it actually, when you go to buy it, especially when you go to buy stuff in the Steam sale, it's actually a really big pain to sift through the things that you want or go and do your research. It's like, okay, this one's just cosmetic, or this one has the features that I think are worth it. Oh, I hear this one isn't very good. Like, it's just I don't really feel like there's been a game where I've spent so much time sifting through my Steam cart to just try and buy content for it. So I'm not necessarily sure their pricing and their DLC policies are that consumer friendly, but these games are one of a kind and they do them very well. So as far as the pure content thing is concerned, you will not find games like this anywhere else. And for my part, I think they are worth it on a sale. But I think the end decision about the dollar value comes down to the consumer. I'm just going to read this event and we can talk about the value of the Paradox titles next. You are drawn to a large crowd, or cheerful crowd standing in front of a tall building in Westmoreland. It seems they have gathered to watch the antics of a man who has climbed onto the building's roof. The despairing man, tired of the hardships of life, is threatening to jump, and several of the onlookers are goading him on. Don't do it! You hurry inside the building and join the desperate man on the roof. No, stay away, he cries when he sees you. You slowly climb out to the ledge next to him. I just want to talk, as you say as you edge closer. You can grab the man or talk to the man. Grabbing doesn't seem like it will increase my diplomacy, so I'll talk to him, but given that she's cruel, he'll probably just jump. You speak gently with the distressed man, as if addressing a child, while keeping a safe distance so as not to alarm him. You lecture him at length about the wonders of life. You follow with several long-winded anecdotes from your own life, including the important moral lessons at the end. The man jumps. Well, at least I have learned what works and what doesn't. Gain 2 diplomacy. No, not a problem, T. Clark. This cast is purely my walls of spoken text, so I'm happy to have something break the monotony. Let's just take a look here. When determining value, personally, you usually try to consider game value in more objective terms. Consider that the average movie is, 2 hours? A single trip to the cinema, let's be generous to say $10. Most people don't complain about poor value when they go to the cinema. They just kind of accept it. Well, I don't know. I don't go to the movies that often because I haven't been happy with the films that I've seen. But that's obviously a personal preference. Figure game is $40. If you move movie length to cinema trip comparison, you get 8 hours of entertainment out of the game. You got your money's worth. If you don't get 8 hours, then you didn't get your full money's worth. If you get more than 8 hours, you've got more than your money's worth. Like anything else, you want the most bang for your buck. Actually, it's one best interest to find the game for the lowest price so you can maximize the time to cost ratio in your favor. I mean, it's definitely a line of economic reasoning that I find appealing. One thing that I will note is that games have developed to a point that they can be ongoing expenses in addition to being large time. Hang on. Peace be with you, we surrender under these terms. Gains 100 piety, 50 prestige, 3 moral authority. Vassalizes the lords for religion and takes all other titles in the Emirate of Baghdad. Yep. Success. So let's get these troops back onto friendly territory. I'll talk about the value thing in a second, because I think you're making some good points. Again, one of the biggest things too is that like in the end, the comparison between movies and games is one that's frequently made, but isn't always the most appropriate one, just because as much as I enjoy movies, I also understand that they don't necessarily hold the same appeal to everybody that I... like, to everybody that I know, there is a little bit of difference in terms of how much they like them. And I'm not entirely sure it's just a time thing, right? Like, so for instance, I think a good example of this would be Gods Will Be Watching. Well, how much time have I spent in Gods Will Be Watching? That's a good question, actually. Okay, I've actually got 16 hours in that. That's more than I thought. There are definitely some games that I've spent a very small amount of time in. And I really enjoyed. So actually a good example of this would be, I haven't played, but I really liked watching some streamers play The Order. And I know a lot of people were giving that particular game a lot of flack for being too short. Now the thing is that it seemed like quite a ride while you were on it. So there is something to be... So, I mean, I guess another way of looking at it here is that if you look at it as purely a ratio of dollars to length, which I appreciate you're not doing, it implies that Casablanca is inferior to a modern movie, because modern movies tend to be longer than 120 minutes. Casablanca is about 90, I think. Now, what you're talking about, of course, is entertainment, which is hard to quantify. And I also think, it's the same way that when I'm in economics class, we'll often talk about preferences. And frequently this idea is often communicated as utility. Now, there's never been a situation where, I go to London Drugs and I'm picking batteries. Like, I've got Duracell, I've got Energizer, and I've got, some no-name store brand, and like I'm not looking at both with a distressed look on my face saying which of these is going to increase my utility. It just, I make a decision, and in the end, when you do a higher level economics class, you will it's no longer utility isn't just this abstract thing that the prof talked about. You actually do a mapping from preferences, which again you keep general, because very like the challenges that you generally make on an economic model is you may or may not know, or are usually about the assumptions on the shape that preferences take, rather than the math, which you can usually rely on most economists to be able to do fairly competently. Not always, but generally you can. So the difficulty here is that, like, I express my preference in terms of, what I buy and what I think will interest me. But I don't really know a way that I can actually quantify it to do that kind of cost-benefit analysis. And again, I'm not entirely sure time is the best... I'm not entirely sure time is the best measure of it, just because in the end, I have enjoyed very intense, very short gaming experiences as much as I've enjoyed, something like Crusader Kings, which kind of keeps, it keeps giving back, right? There's layers in this game which I haven't unpacked yet, and I know I'm going to really enjoy doing at some point. So I don't know if any of that's making sense, but just a couple of thoughts that I had in terms of the comparison between time and dollar value. I think the biggest thing for me is that it's very tempting to use time because it's something that we can actually measure. But again, like I guess I'll put it to you this way: like I own a lot of books. Now, in one sense, I can just go to the library and sign them out, and I've done that for a lot of them. There's a lot of books that I've had which I've only read once, especially textbooks, right? Where I've spent, I've clearly spent a lot of money on them, but I haven't, I've and actually, it would be unfair for me to say that I've only read it once. I've definitely read a lot of my textbooks more than once, depending on the topic. Okay, I'm just going to take a second to save here, because I know bringing up the family tree has a tendency to crash the game now. But clearly the quality of the information that I'm getting is one of the bigger factors to my decision in terms of the purchase of that textbook and whether I thought it was worthwhile, rather than the fact, like, I think the best textbook in the world would actually be one that I just need to read once, communicates the information so clearly that I have no other option but to say, this was the last word on, I don't know, recursive methods and macro or something like that. That, there's no more questions in my mind, that I've so clearly understood everything there is to know about using recursive methods that that no further textbook is required. Now, clearly, that this is not going to happen. Like, this is a fantasy. But it's to me, it's an interesting little thought experiment, because all of a sudden we're no longer associating value with time spent. In fact, time is important. So if I can spend a little bit of time but maximize my enjoyment out of it, I kind of benefit. I get both, right? I get the pleasure of that experience, in addition to the fact that I now have more time to go and pursue some other pleasure or some other priority. So, but on the other hand, like, if you're looking for rules of thumb, like, time isn't the worst measure you can use. There's definitely something to be said that if you have this idea of the quote-unquote average game, then yeah, clearly you want to get the most out of it. It's kind of funny. One of the things that I've always wanted to see if I could study better, but I don't really know how to approach it, is this idea of trying to quantify quality. Like, how do you come up with a measure that says, this movie was more entertaining than this other one? Like, critics are one way, but I think that's a very blunt instrument that has a lot of problems with it. But if you flip that around for a second... All right, Kite, have a great night. We're about 8 years away from finishing, so we've probably got some time. It's a pleasure having you in chat, as always, and we will see you next time, hopefully in your channel. I know I said that last time, but I'll try to be better. So one thing that kind of interests me is this idea of Hollywood. So you've got, what's the one question that everybody's going to ask a writer? Where do you get your ideas from, right? Everybody kind of wants to know the secret to good creative success. And one of the ways that you kind of know you've been successful creatively is if you sell a lot of copies of it. Now, again, there's problems using sales as a measurement tool, right? Like, clearly people ridicule 50 Shades of Grey for being completely insubstantial and not worth anybody's time. But it's, it's a bestseller. So again, there's still problems with that measurement. Falifa of the Castello Braconian Peasant Revolt has declared the peasant revolt for Castello Branco on Empress Wolfhild the Hammer. Peasants have risen up in Castello Branco, led by a disgruntled former soldier. The rebels have the nerve to demand independence. Well, they can try. Not enough boats. So, in one sense, you've got most people's idea of creative problems, which will be, how do you come up with the best-selling novel idea? How do you tell a story that's really moving to people? there's no form. Like if there was a formula, probably a lot of these works probably wouldn't be as good. And yet the whole idea of having a business around creative success, i.e. making a hit movie, Hollywood is sort of implying that they've actually figured out the formula, right? That they've developed some way to be able to tell movies that are compelling enough for people to part with their money regularly enough that they that they can form a business, and usually publicly traded business around this this creative output. So now, I mean, here's the thing, right? Hollywood has something of a reputation for appealing to the lowest common denominator, and I mean, the average movie I'm not that satisfied with. I'll go to the movie if there's something special on, but I'm probably not going to go out of my way to see the latest iteration of Transformers. So, no, I mean, again, like, is Transformers a good movie? Well, in one sense, it's an obvious question, right? Like, I can't find a lot of people who say, Transformers, rocked me to the core. I understand what it is like to be human, having seen Transformers. It was a transformative experience. My God, man, please go to the theater and watch Transformers, right? Now, this is not what the movie is aspiring to be. It's, it wants to be loud and exciting. And I like movies like that. Like, usually I watch stuff on the big screen when it is loud and exciting because that's the best way to watch it, right? There's a lot of flack that people can give Michael Bay, but he at least knows qualities that are unique to the cinema-going experience as opposed to the television experience, in which I actually think has been a lot more effective in telling a little bit more serious drama, right? And one of the reasons for that, of course, is you have that much more time. You can tell House of Cards, you can tell Breaking Bad, you can tell Game of Thrones in these multi-part dramas that go over several series, rather than so this could become an Empress, so I'll actually bother to try and educate her reasonably well. This will work. Now, again, this is actually kind of an interesting one, because then we get back to the question of time. In the case of a television show, I hold it up as a virtue that they're able to tell a story in more time. But on the other hand, not everybody... I mean, it seems that binge-watching box sets is a little bit more common. But again, if you just... Like, I'll put it to you this way. Like, if I want a good time where I'm not committing a week, to watching something, I'll probably sit down and watch Network again. I think Network's a fantastic film, and I can watch it over and over. Now, if we talk about the investment of time and things like that, is Network, can I measure Network as being equal to or better than the HBO miniseries Rome? I didn't want to go and take something that was too ridiculously long, but two seasons of television. Bring up interesting points. Games, movies, and books are three different mediums. Trying to quantify enjoyment is an effort and futility, I think. Time is quantifiable. Granted, the time to cost ratio doesn't take into account subjective things like enjoyment. It can work as sandpaper or rough general rule of thumb, the basic idea. Now we just need to find some genius to quantify enjoyment. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a few different ways that you can do this, right? And I mean, the assumption works perfectly well if, so we can say it's okay, well, let's compare like with like. So no, nobody's saying, video games and movies are the same thing. This is certainly not what you said. I just brought this in independently, but it's more so to just kind of, I tend to find that I make points better by taking their more extreme statements. So I hope it doesn't come off as me attempting to strawman anything, especially because I don't even necessarily consider it an argument. I think it's more of an attempt to follow this interesting point that you've made to its conclusion, rather than raising an objection. Hey, we've got conversions. I completely forgot we've already George Bushed this whole thing, so let's Christianize it. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh wait, no, it's still Muslim. Sorry, I thought this was already Catholic. So clearly we are Christianizing Baghdad. This must happen. But yeah, so I mean, clearly, if I were, again, I certainly am not presenting this as a critique or an argument, but if somebody were to criticize it as saying, is like, well, if you compare movies and TV shows, or if you compare, movies and games, they're very different. They're very different things, right? Like, it's not necessarily fair to compare them, and if that is the criteria by which a proposition stands or falls, probably I shouldn't be. I should be comparing like to like. So if you just say, it's like, well, let's focus on video games, and because we don't have any reliable measure of entertainment value, it's maybe not a realistic assumption, but let's just say, let's trust somebody's instincts about games enough that they're going to say these are, 4 equally likely candidates for me to enjoy, the game. I'll think of things that I've got on my wish list. It's like the Jackbox Party Pack, Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, Off-World Mining Company, and Invisible Ink. These are 4 very different games, but I think they're, I'll consider them as like a homogeneous product, because I think it is equally likely that I will enjoy. I will enjoy these roughly the same amount. In that particular case, the cost-to-benefit ratio is actually a fairly good concept, because you have, by assumption, created these games to be equal. And this is generally what we do in economics classes, which would be, we've got a certain set of assumptions. So a good example of this would be the solo growth model, where you say, it's like, okay, well, let's just boil down the we're going to boil down the economic activity of a country into labor and capital, and then there's this residual amount which we call technology, the effectiveness through which we use this labor and capital, and this accounts for all of the production in the economy. Now, this is clearly not how the world works, right? There is clearly, you can't just say, I take a handful of capital, I take a handful of labor, and poof, I have an economy. I can predict exactly what gets made. But the predictive power of this model is actually also very good. We take the abstraction, and for the purposes of, and when we do an analysis, usually we just say one representative consumer, one representative good. So you don't use the model to predict how many iPhones are going to get sold, because it could turn out that we use our productive capacity to, to make everything but iPhones. It could be that nobody wants an iPhone, and so we produce exactly 0 of them. Yet GDP still winds up being very large. For certain tasks, that's all that you need, and then for other tasks, it's you don't necessarily get the conclusions that you're looking for, or conclusions that kind of stand up to scrutiny, like they're ones that you don't necessarily see in the data. And usually that's because the assumptions are a little bit too simple, and so we go back to the assumptions that we use. We say, okay, is there another reasonable one that we can apply that will allow us to gain a little bit more of a sophisticated picture in the world. So for the purposes of determining our entertainment value, the most obvious change that you can make to that particular model would be to say, it's like, well, we can't assume that games are equal, right? Now, this also raises a really difficult proposition, right? Okay, well, it's all well and good to say, it's the same way that with this, with growth models in, in economics, it's very easy to say, well, the growth model that we're currently using is just far too simple. We can't really expect it to come up with that many realistic conclusions. And one of the reasons for that is technology in the original formulation is just assumed to kind of come out of nowhere. It increases at this constant rate, and just, we find, some percentage increase in, or, some percentage more efficient way of doing things every period. There are some models which imply that we lose technological ability. It's like, apparently, 1 year we forgot everything, and so GDP was lower, and then next year, we not just learn everything again, but we actually, we come back and we know even more, and then 2 years from there we're actually at a lower point, so that must imply that we've suffered some technological breakdown. And when I talk about technology, I'm not talking about like using computers or something like that. I'm more talking about the ways that we do things. What's the most efficient way for me to work with the existing labor and capital that I have. So neither of these are very realistic, but they do sometimes get you where you need to go. Oop. Can you do your idea with the save, import it to Europa, or is it on the way or another? Anything with the save game will be done on a stream other than tonight. So I'll actually say, yeah, so obviously this stream's going to be going later. Yeah, no worries, CPO. I kind of got into the weeds there, so I should maybe dial it back a little bit and just focus on entertainment, and then I can talk about the game again. So the thing that I was going to do after the game is there's a Jackbox game that got released called Quiplash. Now, the way that this game works is you need one person to host, which would be me, and then people can join by either... you need to sign in on a website, so you can use your tablet, you can use your phone, you can use your web browser. And so it's just a fun little party game. You need at least 3 people to play, and I thought it'd just be a nice little way to close off the stream. I kind of thought we would be done early. I don't know why I thought such an unreasonable thing. But that was the idea. As far as what I'm going to be doing with the save file, that'll be coming in upcoming streams. You've heard of that game? Yeah, it was kickstarted. I actually played it at EXP Bar yesterday. All right, I'll try and talk about the technology. So the idea here is that you've got this idea of an economy. You've got workers. You've got the machines that people use. And in the original model that we use to study, at least as we learn in an undergraduate economics class, this idea of technological progress, people interacting with those machines in better ways that result in more production, that's assumed to happen automatically. Now, very clearly, anybody's experience of the world is that these things do not happen automatically. Now, again, can you quantify inspiration? Not really, but it's definitely not just something that regularly happens. And everybody kind of knew this fact, right? It's not that everybody was under the illusion that technological progress occurs automatically. But what is very difficult is bringing in the realistic version of the world, which is to say, technological progress is a result of things that are internal to the economy, and which is known as endogenous growth. And here's some ways that we can measure endogenous growth. It's been done. But it's a more complicated way of thinking, and some people think that you don't actually need that assumption to get workable models. So the similar idea with with evaluating the quality or the value of a video game is the assumption that we tend to make about the ratio between cost and the entertainment value is usually, it's one that we do by time, and the reason we do that by time is because the unspoken assumption is that all video games are equal. We don't believe this, but we do also trust our instincts to get us to a place where we're at least picking between fairly good games. It's not that we're taking, Noah's Super 3D Arc and comparing that to Call of Duty. We kind of are relying on the fact that we have some critical faculties. And in the end, can we quantify creativity or quantify entertainment value? Not really. That is subjective. But in another way, it's not unreasonable to think that it's possible because we all know what we like, right? There's some criteria that maybe we can't give voice to, but there's very clearly a difference between a game that I enjoy and a game that I don't. And so, again, if we want to put some sophistication in terms of the ways that we determine the values of games, one way that we would look would be to sort of move past this assumption of all games being equal. But that requires us to kind of roll up our sleeves and do a little bit of heavier thinking. And in the end, you ask yourself, what is it worth? Like, I don't pull out a ledger and do a cost-benefit analysis every time I buy a game. I go with a bit of instinct. I go with what my friends have recommended. When I'm recommending games, I try to give realistic assessments. So, for instance, Crusader Kings 2, I say, you need to be prepared to do a lot of reading, a lot of working. The game can be frustrating at times, but if you're willing to put in the effort, you'll get a lot of reward out of it. The same way that I say that about Dota 2. So this is a type of game that I really enjoy. But if I have a friend who I know just likes playing Candy Crush on their phone, I'm going to recommend 10 Million to them. A game that I think is very good, but doesn't have the same complexity of something like Crusader Kings 2. So, as for Quiplash, you think that sounds awesome? Yeah, you know what? I'll stop blabbing and let's get to the end of the world. My cynical comments have made people look at things my way. I've created more cynics. No way that they'll keep up with me. Gain 15 prestige. I love this, Empress. I think this is a fitting close to the... Oh, and we can go to war with the Abbasids again. I think this is a fitting close to the House of Rose. So they're at 3,600 troops... Sorry, 36,000 troop strength. What is their... Oh, they still have 122,000 from vassals, though. They're at 99% decadence. They're still at war with the Byzantines. They've got uprisings that they're dealing with, so it's another good time to strike. And actually, let's get on top of ending the peace treaty by starting the assassination plot now. So the big question is, where do we attack? You said something about people on the stream participating from phones and tablets. Yeah, so what will be happening with Quiplash is I will be playing the game, what I will be playing on the stream is basically the results of the game. But participation is actually done either on a web browser or a tablet. There's a room code that you get. You don't need to download anything. You just play it purely through the browser. And again, it's basically up to 8 players. And then if there's more than 8 participants, there are audience members who don't get to contribute lines, but they do get to vote on the contributions. So I'm going to take a minute on pause just to sort out what the best option is as far as invasion is concerned. I'll try something a little bit different. Let's take a look at the relative troop strength. I mean, really, I think I can only put a dent in their overall forces by focusing on oh, see, that's so tempting to take because it's just 2 territories and he's got like 12,000 troops. What's the levy like? 23, 33. I mean, this is a really tempting piece of territory to take. There is something to be said for cutting the caliphate in half. On the other hand, I can try and go for... No, you know what? So I've been taking duchies, but let's think about kingdoms. See, I get Mesopotamia if I take this. Oh wait, no. I don't get Mesopotamia if I take that. I move into Persia, which is a lot larger. So I think either trying to claim this or this will give me the territory that I want. He's got 7,000 troops. He has got 11,000. Okay, so if I take this, I put a heavy dent on... I put a heavy dent on his ability for vassals to make war. Is it Mosul? No, that can't be right. Oh, it is Mosul. Never mind. Go for another holy site? That's a good point. Oh, you know what? I don't think I can reach the... Oh, it's 2 holy sites. What is it? Medina and Mecca. Oh! I'd need to take Arabia and then Medina. Man. That's so tempting though. Let me see if I can actually take Medina. No. Okay, damn it. I will take Mosul though, because I think that will give me access to a kingdom. T. Clark, yes, I agree with you that the assumption of all games being equal is not a reasonable assumption. It's basically, I think the idea here is it's the unspoken assumption under which all games being equal can operate. And I think the big idea here is that it's internalizing this idea that we actually have a fairly good job. We do a fairly good job of deciding what we actually like, which is not necessarily easy to quantify, but I actually think is something that people are fairly good at. I'm not trying to suggest that it's an actual decision rule that will result in good purchasing decisions. I shouldn't have introduced the idea that I'm going to play another game after this, because now I'm feeling the pressure to actually wrap up this playthrough. I think I'm just going to send my Suicide Squad to do its usual thing. I will ignore the islands for the time being. I actually don't think I'm even going to bring these guys as well. I think I can get by with my 8,000 troops. More like 10, actually. I'm still going to go without them for now, though. I think I overcommitted last time, so... As long as they don't do anything ridiculously stupid, I should be okay. More importantly, 1, 2, 3 provinces with 10. So basically, I only really want to be using. Oh crap! What am I doing? No, don't attack them. Probably want to get their morale up before I try anything. Oh! The Baris are coming. That's going to be a problem. They actually have a fairly strong military. And they're right here! So we'll do the smart thing and drop these troops before they get killed. The first priority I should actually have is dedicate my troops on the continent to attacking the Bari. And then... Okay, so I'm going to split my forces into 2 groups. I'm going to take the Iberian units. They're going to go south and take as much of Bari as they can. And then my English troops are going to travel to the Holy Land, and they're going to lay siege to Mosul. Again, the key here is I want to make sure that I'm constantly focusing on the goal of the war, so I can end it quickly. I also have an advantage in the fact that my toehold in the Middle East is such that I now have 5,000 troops available, and they still have rebels to attack. So I can actually do a fairly decent dent into their existing troops. I might even be able to siege something. The only place I don't have franchises are India. It looks like it, but this is it's just another red group with the windmill of friendship. Whoa! July 12th, can I get out of here in time? July 13th? July 27th? July 8th, okay. This is why I need to pay closer attention to what's happening in my territories. We actually, I guess we don't have a Rose franchise in Russia either. Where are they going? Deer on July 27th. They arrive on the 23rd, so I'm good. It's a little hair-raising still because they need to get to a spot where they can consolidate. They arrive on 17th. They arrive on the 18th, so you wait here. Oh, you know what? I think they're still going to outnumber me, though. Once they blob together. Father was very upset, and I had to promise him that I would look into the matter. His daughter had supposedly been raped by Marshal Hrodbert, and the father demanded the marshal's head on a plate. He'll be fined. I potentially gain arbitrary. I imprison him and become just. I don't believe this. The daughter must be lying. At which point I believe I lose kind. I don't gain it. Wait a minute, 25% chance I gain the trait kind? Jesus. I will imprison him. Especially because I just ransom him. I probably should have a marshal for the war I'm undertaking, though. Yeah, not my biggest fan. I also think I've been wasting some time in the southern areas. Oh no, I can still... Okay, so I noticed that the Baris are scarce. Maybe what I do instead is I lay siege to these provinces first, and then I just slowly move in. Can you have a son in this game and name him Rick and make him build a nightclub in Morocco? I think it's a little early for that, but sure. Once, tell you what, I'll make sure that I take Morocco when I play Hearts of Iron 3, okay? Alright, I gotta roll back on the retinues. We're almost at capacity, which I'm happy about. I suspect they're probably gonna die to the Bari, but that's, you know, details. Alright, so they're going to arrive September 18th. I don't think that... Yeah, I arrived 21st, so... And they're moving back. So I think I'll just gobble up the smaller units while I can. I think it'd be very foolish of me to try and engage in a siege. Actually, this is the 10k one, though, so maybe I run the siege and just see, like, keep an eye out for a unit attacking me. Baghdad's been converted to the Catholic faith. So I guess we just kind of keep going on that path. I mentioned Casablanca in our value discussions and how you want to watch it. Yeah, Casablanca is a great film. It's deceptive, right? Because when you watch Casablanca, you know, it's almost like it's the first thing that comes to mind for anybody when they think about classic old films. But there's a lot going in on it, right? Like it's in one sense it's a romance, right? The story about Rick and Ilsa, and clearly it's very well known ending. Sort of communicates that that's at the center of the story, for sure. But in another way, like that movie has a little bit of everything. It's a political thriller. It's, you know. It's clearly a drama. It's, you know, I maybe won't go so far as to say it's a musical, but like it's an example of a film that has, you know, like a hit song in it, right? So, I mean, again, if we want to, I mean, I choose Transformers because it's a convenient target, not because I haven't like sworn an oath of enmity on Transformers. I only saw the first one. But you know, like where the end credits have some Linkin Park song screaming in the background, Casablanca has, as time goes by. So, there's a lot of stuff that makes for really good movies are built into that. And again, there's the reputation that it has because it's become so ingrained in our memories. But in many ways, like to me, it has a lot of it's an ideal movie in a lot of ways. I also personally don't know anybody who's seen Casablanca and doesn't... Oh, no, that's not true. There's one guy I know who saw it and didn't like it. But, they're also the kind of person who will deliberately be contrarian for the sake of it. So I'm not... Like, I didn't lose a lot of sleep finding out that guy didn't like it. So I think we do a similar strategy here. It's nice that I only have 3 areas to take, right? Kurdistan, Mosul, and Sennar. So in that case, I just take my 3 stacks, and then what I can sort of do is I can have sort of patrolling units. It looks like the maximum that can be sustained is about 12,000 troops. Well, there's one area of 10, so maybe I just don't move there. But in this case here, I can definitely have a strong show of force sort of around the periphery without using all of the troops that I've committed. And then on top of that, I think the idea here is I just put the hurt on Bari by taking their territory in the north, force them to come to me. And if it really comes down to it, I disband the units in safe territory. It'd be nice if I could extract concessions from Bari for participating in the Holy War, but that's clearly not going to happen. The one thing I should be worried about is if Bari decides to move troops up down through the south. But at that point, it sort of becomes a little bit of a race. All right, that is definitely worrying. Tel Bashir. So it looks like they're moving to deal with the Byzantines. Nope, they are coming to hurt me. So January 11th. Oh no, January 10th. This is not good. January 22nd. January 12th. I am screwed. I didn't think this through properly. If I disband them, I think I lose half. Yep. But I probably lose more if I go to war, so I will disband the unit. That really sucks. But that is also my own fault for not thinking about my escape route. Seriously, I don't have enough I think I'm gonna have to take down the temperature on the retinues again. Miss old movies: Casablanca, Maltese Falcon, Citizen Kane, My Man Godfrey, Dr. Zhivago. I would add Lawrence of Arabia to that list, but I agree. One of the nice things about films from the 70s and before was that there's really no idea about home viewing. So you could afford to be a little bit more, you could afford to have an extended thought in a film, and not have to worry about a cell phone going off, or not worrying about somebody being distracted. It's actually one of the things I like the idea of YouTube as a means for individuals to create content that again, the barriers to entry in terms of being some kind of video producer are quite a bit lower. Which it means good and bad things, right? Like, as with independent games, the fact that all of these engines have now become free and are fairly widely available means that we have the opportunities... Fine. Oh, this is fantastic. So... I'm gonna wait till the siege is done, but I'm gonna wreck the Bari. Oop, I have too many troops. Now if I cut it in half, I can't quite take them on, so let's leave a token force to do the siege. They're gonna wind up starving too, but I know I'm gonna lose some in the conflict, so. See, speaking of Zhivago, have you seen that new Revolution Under Siege Gold? I haven't actually. But yeah, on the idea of classic films, like you don't have this assumption. So okay, so on YouTube, as much as I like the fact that the barriers of entry to content creation have fallen, I can't believe I'm losing this fight. I have a feeling that adding these troops isn't going to be enough. I don't understand how I'm losing, though. I outnumber them in the flank. The left is crumbling. Yeah, I'm just throwing good after bad on this. Well, it's giving me hope, but this is a really costly engagement. I mean, I think I wound up with worse morale than they did at the end of that, but we'll be able to clean them up. One of the things that kind of annoys me is the YouTube style. So this is the kind, like, if you're editing for drama, you are going to cut at dramatically appropriate moments. The cut that you make is a decision to, you know, to make a small visual interruption to communicate a certain point. And you tend not to get that in YouTube. Like, generally the cuts are, I'm going to cut away because I know that if you spend more than 3 seconds looking at something, you are going to pay attention to something that's not my video, and so I'm not going to get as much ad revenue. So that's where you get this stupid stuff. It's like, hey, so-and-so on YouTube here, cut, hi! Like, there's no point. It's there because they don't respect your attention span. So I realize I am sounding like a complete curmudgeon here. I do not care, though. It's true. It's a disaster. There's nothing good about that style of making videos, but it's the genre because these are the incentives that people have been given, right? You live and die by your ad revenue, right? It's the only way that people are making money on the internet, really, except for, I mean, obviously Twitch. It has subscription. And because we're in an environment where people are competing with a lot of different forms of, a lot of different grabs on their attention, you need to make sure that you are giving them something snappy and that you are giving it to them in pretty frequent doses. Otherwise, you risk potentially losing them. So, as much as I like the fact that there's a certain democratization as far as content is made, it's no longer that you have to be a big movie studio to create a video for somebody to watch. It comes at a certain cost, right? The technology of the 1970s it's a slower medium, right? It's one where you sit down in the theater, when you go to watch the story of Michael Corleone trying to become an honest businessman, this is the only thing that you're paying attention to. So you can have a scene where people are sitting down and they're talking and you are paying attention to what they're saying. So there can be some nuance in terms of language. There can be some subtlety in what's being communicated in these scenes. There can be body language. Now, you can't always rely on this if you're doing television, because of course television, most of the videos that we watch now are going to be watched on computers. If there's ever a scene that it doesn't, if I don't feel like there's any visual information that is vital to my understanding of the story, right away, I open up my browser and I get more work done in the name of multitasking. This is just the way people behave, right? It's the way that they behave on their computers. If they wind up watching movies more on their computers than in the theater, it's just going to be a very natural response. I'm not necessarily going to say that it's good or bad in and of itself, but I am going to say that it results in a different kind of filmmaking. And so I don't think you're going to see films like Chinatown or like The Godfather come in an environment where people are competing with the internet, just because, again, it's so easy. If you do not bombard somebody with something designed to get their attention, you're very likely going to lose that audience member. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know, right? I'm also seeing films that I wouldn't have been able to see because I'm watching them on the computer. And that's a really important thing for me to remember, because, it's even let's even consider, let's just stick to the 1970s model. Sorry, T. Clark, I see you had another follow-up statement. I was busy monologuing. I'll jump on that in a second. It's important to remember, I held up Network as an example of a film that I really like. Now, I wouldn't have seen Network if it weren't for DVD, right? There was no DVD. Again, there was no form of home viewing as a result of the 1970s. So, what if there isn't good word of mouth about this movie? What if it isn't playing in my hometown? There's lots of different reasons as to why I can... What happened? I wasn't paying attention is what happened, and I'm probably going to pay pretty heavily. Actually, I think I can... No, they're going to clobber me. I really, really blew it here, actually. I don't even know why I'm committing these troops, actually. This is going to be a disaster. We'll see if I can at least take down some of their troops, but I need to disband all of these units right away. And that was my retinue too, so that's actually a really costly... Oh my god. Yeah, you know what? We're shutting it all down. What do I do about that? I've got... I think I just put them back on the boat. And I stop using half measures against Bari. Especially because there's 10,000 Byzantine troops to hurt the Abbasids. So I think we just need to make our move on the target. The best way to deal with Bari is just to win the war. All right, it's a strategy game based around the Bolshevik Revolution. Immediately piqued your interest because you don't see that hub. Yeah, it's a fascinating piece of history that's very underrepresented in games. I'm still mad at myself for being asleep at the Switch with that Bari invasion. All right. So I need to be a little bit smarter in terms of how I handled these guys. 17, 10. I think we get into... Oh my god. I just doomed these guys. Get there as soon as you can. So they hit them on November the 2nd. They arrive on October 20. Oh, okay, great. We're ready for them. Okay, so it looks like they're trying to hit them... Oh god. Alright, so they are going to arrive November 30th. They arrive December 9th, so I need to commit these guys to the fight. Can I sustain the troops? Yes. I think at this point I just commit. It's going to be costly, but this seems to be the right way to go. So 13, 17, 13. I guess I don't get to see what their commanders are like. I should probably put my best in, though. Don't screw this up. But yeah, so I mean, if I was unlucky enough that I didn't live in the right place, and so as a result, I didn't get to see Network on the big screen, I don't have any other options to see it, And then let's say I get, I'm even more disappointingly, I don't, I like move to New York. Unless they want to do like a special private screening, I'm still not going to be able to see Network. Like, it's only going to have been on the screen at the time, they released the film. So, again, on one hand, there is a tremendous benefit to having these online access to these, to watching movies and watching films, because it allows me to see classics that I wouldn't see before. But unfortunately, it also seems that same technology creates competition for attention, and so the types of films that we get are very different. I won't go so far as to say that we've lost our ability to appreciate classic films, because clearly there is a great and deserving respect for the classics. But it's definitely very... I mean, I'll put it to you this way. It's sometimes hard to make the case to watch a film that has not automatically received, the blessing of the critical darlings. So a good example would be, I really like a classic film with Kirk Douglas called The Bad and the Beautiful. It's one of my favorite films about filmmaking. Most people have never heard of it. And it's actually very hard to convince people to watch it sometimes, because it doesn't have that same... seal of approval. I mean, I believe the film critics that people know have treated it kindly. It's not to say that it's, you know, it's not like it's an unorthodox pick by any stretch of the imagination, but it's it doesn't have the it doesn't have the same brand that Casablanca does. So here's a question. Are we going to be finished this war before the game is done? Right now it doesn't look good, but this is because we haven't taken any provinces yet, and that's going to be coming very shortly. I'm definitely devouring their largest stack, but it's coming at a fairly high attrition rate for myself. I might even consider raising the troops in the Middle East again. We should be able to deal with these guys without too much difficulty, although I would be very hesitant to commit everything. What can they sustain? 32? Just got burned the last time by ignoring these troops, so I'm not quite ready to retire these ships yet. You know, when I think about it, the one thing that I think Crusader Kings could benefit from quite a bit is a way to manage combat between multiple zones better. Because I feel like I need to pause and double check everything in these different zones, otherwise I wind up ignoring important events, and I run into situations like what happened against Bari. I'm also starting to lose too many troops on my hunting party. Getting a lot of captures though, so that'll refill my treasury. Another tangent, but another reason why you don't think we'll see movies like from back in the 70s is body language. If you look at actors like Brando, Bogart, Pacino, to name a few, their performances had power. They could speak volumes without actually having to say a word. They would stand by the way they would stand or the way they would sit. Yeah, and I mean, a good example would be In Cold Blood. Conrad Hall's fairly famous decision to light the scene through the window when it was raining, or when it was simulating rain, and it created the impression of the man crying. His delivery was very neutral, but the situation that it communicated was quite powerful through that cinematographic decision. Now the catch is, you can say that part of this is the decisions of the actors, but it's also important to remember that actors are going to respond to direction. And so if directors are going to be rightly keyed into what their audiences want. And again, if you're going to try and communicate a scene entirely through body language, something that's sort of, maybe not by definition quite subtle, but something that is not immediately apparent is visual information that you need right away, then again, you run into the possibility that somebody's going to start checking their email. I'm being a little unfair to the viewer, I think, because clearly people are not just like complete attention deficit cases where, if you don't have an explosion every 15 seconds, they're going to hate the film. But it's oh god, what did I just do? But I think it has a meaningful impact on the kinds of films that we wind up seeing. I was going to say, I think directors generally get a little too much credit for things that maybe aren't their own. Like, clearly actors are very, some actors are very talented, and certainly deserve the credit for their performances. But on the other hand, there's a reason why very good actors will also turn in some not very good performances, and it's because ultimately they need to follow direction. So just as, the blame for a bad performance doesn't always fall on the actor, sometimes the decisions that lead to a particularly powerful scene are the actor bringing their talents to match the decisions that are being made from I'll say the director, but really, I mean, it's the entire production crew. So I think the best way to think about these kinds of things are more to just take the extreme bounds of things. So, the whole auteur theory, directors are these, omnipotent geniuses who just create these unique works of art all on their own, never had any help from anybody. Dial that back, and then, Michael Bay's the worst director ever, he's killing cinema. It's like, roll that back a little bit and then just kind of share the blame around, right? In the end, like, there are something, I think, I don't feel too well. Something is wrong with me. I'm burning up with fever. My nose is running. My head feels as if someone is banging something hard against it. It's 14:49. Please don't die. Man, I'm getting so many prisoners. How do I put this? It seems like, directors wind up getting a lot of credit for things that I think sometimes is not really theirs to take credit for. I think they're sometimes able to escape. I shouldn't commit troops to this. This is a lost cause. I think I'm trying to make Decadence do more than it actually does. But we'll start seeing some war score pretty quickly. Anyways, so for some reason, I mean, they seem to be made out of Teflon in some cases. So, an actor turns in a poor performance. People look at the actor and say, oh, what a bad actor. Or what was Robert De Niro thinking when he made X, Y, or Z decisions? Like, well, maybe he didn't make a decision at all. Maybe he was just doing what he was asked to. And like, I can definitely remember a lot of people who will very readily credit, these guys are suicidal. There'll people who readily credit a director with the success of a particular, film or a shot or something like that. Yeah, I really don't understand that decision. I still want to reinforce them because I don't want my siege to fall apart because of too few troops, but it seems like a very desperate move. I think I'm going to put these guys on a boat. I don't think I'm going to need them, but I'd prefer to have a big group of people that I can ship out to the Middle East. Anyways, sorry, I've been trying to make this point like 4 times, and I keep getting distracted by the reason I'm streaming, i.e. the video game. Yeah, like the biggest thing is that, actors are given direction. So in some ways, yes, the director can take some credit for the direction, but just as likely, like, let's say, just for the sake of the argument, that they hired the worst actor in the world. Certainly Coppola hired Brando a lot of times, but I can't think of a lot of examples where Brando really was behaving on set. I mean, the guy turned in a good performance, right? So credit where credit is due. But in the end, the decision, especially, I mean, like, so if let's say that Coppola hired Brando for both The Godfather and not Heart of Darkness, Apocalypse Now, and the performance sucked. Like, it was completely something that could not be recovered. No matter, you can have Walter Murch as your editor, doesn't matter. Just something that is a complete waste. The decision to hire Brando falls to him. So, now again, what would people be saying is like, Brando's past it, ruined Apocalypse Now, would have otherwise been great. But in the end, somebody made a decision to hire him. And again, I tend to notice that there's a strong tendency to give a lot of credit to directors for things that maybe they can't take the sole credit for. But definitely when there's blaming for things, I very rarely hear the director getting called out. With certain exceptions, like clearly Michael Bay is a brand, and so it's cool to hate Michael Bay. I'm gonna get my ass kicked. So the question is, this arrives March 11th. Do I double down in Kurdistan? Do I try and move Mosul up to face down the 10? This is so tough. Okay, so they arrive March 11th. They arrive March 20th. Okay, so there's no difference between these two. And I have a feeling, so I'm probably making a big mistake doing this. So I'll bring in some reserves. Wow, that's a lot more than I thought I was going to get, actually. Okay, I'm actually feeling okay about this. I might be able to save the siege of Mosul. Yeah, they'll arrive in Mosul on time. Oh, nice! They blinked. So I need to get these guys together quick, otherwise I'm going to get into trouble with that 10 stack. How's their army overall? 21,000, so they're running on fumes. Their decadence has been dealt with, which answers that. The Bari are at 14k, so they're pretty much defanged. Let's just be bullies. I mean, if they have 21k, I can maybe put some hurt on Figging. Better not. Probably got a lot of discontent. Yeah, 41 discontent. But, I mean, whatever. Vassals will be angry at anything. Okay, so they are heading to Mosul again. So they arrive March 30th, April 14th. I don't like that. Let's see if they're committing. Oh, nope. Left. Okay. This is good. So let's see if the threat of moving into Sinjar is enough to make them scared. You know what? I think I need to commit a little bit more. Okay, so this is pure fromage, but it's gonna work. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna commit the 4,000 into Mosul just so I have a little bit more flexibility in terms of troop movement. No, it looks like they're possibly committing. Nope. So heading to Sinjar now. It seems like it's just enough to threaten with these guys. I'm apparently wrong about that. Alright, so we got Kurdistan. So what do I need to maintain a siege on Mosul? Got 39, so let's... This is tough. Cut it in half and send the 5,000 up to Kurdistan. That'll probably scare them off. Yeah, look, they're running. Don't hate Michael Bay. He's very good at what he does, which is big bombastic action movies. In that respect, he's a very good director. Would he be a go-to first choice to make Schindler's List or Dr. Zhivago? Or some other property that requires a bit more finesse and nuance? Probably not, but would he go for some... Yeah, exactly. The only reason why I mentioned, like, again, like when I talk about blame, if somebody wanted to counter and say, it's like, well, you know, what about Michael Bay? That's somebody who seems to be getting a lot of flack for the type of movies that he makes, or the perceived failings of those films. The difference that I say on that particular case is that Michael Bay has certainly created a brand for himself. And so sometimes I think... are they committing? It's very courageous of them if they are. And good for me if they are, actually. Okay, cool. I kind of wish these guys would hurry up, though. Because I'm losing. I'm losing fast. Hurry the hell up. The other thing too, like obviously I like chatting about this this kind of stuff, but like people are gonna like what they like, right? You know, I've never played a Call of Duty game. I might enjoy them. Like I like first-person shooters for sure. I don't feel like my life is incomplete without them, but I also don't necessarily feel like, you know, they seem like reasonably impressive technical achievements. You know, I'm not going to say that there's some kind of a crime against humanity. They're at worst a bit of a different genre from what I'm used to working with. Clearly, you know, the stereotype of the Call of Duty player, a very well-known one to all of us, I feel is, you know, it's there for a reason, right? There's a certain kind of behavior that we expect from them. You know, obviously not every player is like that, but hey, we've got technology. We got a lot of technology, actually. Let's do improve keeps. Please don't crash. Resolve it. Resolve. You can do this. Okay, good. My retinue used to have really awesome light infantry before I threw it into the teeth of the Mohammedans. Let's go for it anyway. And I'm going to hit save. Well, T. Clark, I mean, I'll say there's something to be said for practice, right? Any director worth their salt understands how to work in a visual medium. And I think, you know, be it Spielberg, be it Bay, be it Kubrick, all these people know how to do effective storytelling using images. Now, with that in mind, I think... Oh, come on. I think I'm going to be cautious and just move south. I don't want to starve the units in Mosul, although I did just blow the siege. But I've got a hunting party again, so that's a bonus. I think Michael Bay is definitely very practiced in terms of the visual storytelling elements. So, you know, the big bombastic summer blockbuster style. But I definitely think he would need to... I think he would need to put a fairly significant amount of work in terms of telling a traditional drama that doesn't rely on those kinds of techniques. And I suspect likely the first attempt wouldn't be that good. And it's a practice thing, right? You know, I've never made a feature film. Well, sorry, as a, you know, like a director. So, you know, clearly, if I would reasonably assume, unless I had some very good advice, that my first feature film would not be a very good one. Where are they going? Mosul again. Jesus Christ. Let's move Kurdistan just to scare them off. Okay, no, let's barrel down on them. That can only sustain 12. Okay. So I need to make them paralyzed in terms of where I'm moving. And then I use my 10 stack to beat the hell out of them. This isn't Bari, is it? No. They're going to Sinjar. I'm not going to make any progress on Mosul, but that's fine as long as I scare them into staying still. Damn it, they've figured it out. Don't do that. Well, I'll take these 57 troops as a consolation prize. So they're Edessa November 7th. I don't think, yeah, 13th. Okay. Just follow their path. At some point they're gonna have a longer journey than they can manage. Problem is, if I have a 2... That's actually a really smart way to do their retreat, because I have to fight an army each time they go through. Alive! I think the AI might have just outsmarted me I think they're just going to go back to Al Jazeera and then they're going to attack Mosul. Okay, so this is going to be the Emperor. What? I'm not crazy about this because it's a 9 military, but I think this is probably the best option that I have. Okay, so Mosul on January 13th. Oh, Crusade for Jerusalem! His Holiness Pope Conan II has been swayed by the cries for help from the Christian population in the Kingdom of Jerusalem. He urges all able-bodied men of Europe to take up arms against the evil Caliph Shamir II in order to secure Jerusalem from the clutches of the Mahometan infidels. God will grant the pilgrims remission from sins in heaven. Deus Vult. So I think I'm actually already on this crusade. Which is a shame, because I'm going to miss out on a bunch of crusade score. And I think whoever winds up getting the territory... Oh, no. They're going to put the hurt on Mosul now. That was actually a really smart thing that they did. So they basically just threw enough bodies in front of my troops that I would be slow enough that they're actually able to move 6,000 troops into Mosul. I think I can still... I can't get the Kurdistan troops in there in time, but I think it's even enough that it's going to cause them problems. So they arrive January the 13th, I arrive the 19th, they arrive February 10th. January 27th. Let's see what they do. Okay, they blinked. So I arrived the 19th. Oh, this is going to be interesting. This is about 9,000 worth of troops. They committed, but wasn't that smart. There's an old hermit somewhere in the back country of Westmoreland who is said to possess great wisdom as well as razor-sharp wit. Some claim that he once served in the clergy. Others say he was a mercenary captain who decided to put down his arms for good. Whatever his past, many seek him out for counsel. Will you? I shall find this hermit. I think this is a fairly costly... Yeah, 2,000 troops. But in exchange for 7,000 of theirs. Which again will help the crusade for sure. Let me just take a look and see what's involved in the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Definitely be a nice little piece of land for me to take. What am I doing? With the mule as your only company, you depart for the Hermit's Cave. The journey is long, and the roads, where they exist at all, are in poor condition. Finally, after reaching the end of the narrow mountain path, you come upon the cave. A ragged piece of cloth is all that shields the entrance from the outside elements. Old man, show yourself! The cloth parts slightly, and they reveal the face of a gnarled old man. He regards you in silence for a moment with his beady eyes, then disappears behind the cloth again. No solicitors, he shouts. I've traveled far, old man, and I will not be denied. You push the curtain aside and enter the dark cave. Deep inside, you find the hermit seated on a cushion in flickering candlelight. He seems to be in some kind of trance at first, but then he opens an eye and looks to you with mild annoyance. I thought I said... Oh, spit it out then. What do you want? I hope to share in your wisdom. May I stay? This is kind of tough. It's 2 tempting stacks. But after much badgering, the old man finally relents and permits you to stay for a few days. You observe him carefully and learn as much as you can. In the end, his wisdom seems to be limited to an endless stream of platitudes and maxims. You've memorized many, and at least they make you seem more learned in the eyes of other. Semper ubi sub ubi ublique. Oh, ubique. If anybody knows Latin, greatly appreciate it. Alright, I need a new spy master. Congratulations, Rudolph, you've got the job. What factions do I need to worry about? Independence? Lower Crown Authority? Let's start with Lower Crown Authority. Also, what's happening in my other holdings? More sieging. Also, how did these guys wind up here? I'm not entirely sure this will really accomplish much, but as long as I've raised the troops and I'm infuriating my vassals, I might as well get my money's worth. What do I do with these guys? So they're moving to Bira. I'll start with that. They'll probably stop moving at that point. Yeah. So that's on the 21st. I arrive on the 30th, so I'll try and cut them off. They'll probably stop moving at that point. Of course they do. $14.51, almost there, exactly. I just want the war to be over, then I can just crank it back to max speed and kind of get to the end. Although I guess I'll be participating in a crusade. Oh, this is so annoying. I mean, the good news is it's not, like... Oh, finally. Okay, I've caught these guys. As much as I'd like to chase down the 400, there's a fairly juicy looking stack to the north. So it looks like the Crusaders are doing a good job of screwing it up, as they are wont to do. Oh, this nonsense again. That's not a smart move. See, the worst thing is that this is basically going to translate into a bunch of... It's going to translate into a bunch of crusade score for another country because I'm not a member of the crusade yet. So it either translates to score to them because there are fewer defenses for the Abbasids to present. Like they're sitting at 13,000 troops right now. Or alternatively, they're just these weak, there's these fairly pushover enemy stacks to take on, so it's a little frustrating, but we'll do the best we can, I guess. Always wear underwear everywhere? That's fantastic. The biggest thing that I want, above all, like, even if I don't get the Kingdom of Jerusalem at the end of this, I want most of all the badass first Empress of the House of Rose to get the Crusader title. It's really all that I want. Hey, DJ Crusader. I could still... Yes, I definitely could still join the Crusade after the war ends. It's just, the catch is that depending on how long it takes me, if the enemy Crusaders have a significantly high score, it either history... Well, I mean, if history's over, nobody gets the kingdom. But I'm a little worried that they will get an insurmountable advantage as far as the score is concerned. Where are they right now? Only 5,000, so it's not so bad. Sanderjack, if you participate to the crusade and the Pope wins, the kingdom goes to the previous king who still has a title. Are you sure? Because I thought my experience has been that the person who has the highest score tends to get it. I don't have, like, a document to say that. That just seems to, like, I've wound up expanding my kingdom quite a bit through that method. Oh, okay, fair enough. I mean, it's odd. I don't know where I got that idea from, because, like, the only reason I have this territory was... Oh, actually, wait, that also explains something, though. So, I mean, I wound up with this territory because of a crusade, but on the other hand, this is Hungary as well. And I believe these are... No, these are Tengri rulers. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, yeah, it's Despot, yeah. Well, okay, fair enough. I own Jerusalem, the city, anyway, so I'm just greedy. DJ Cruel Crusader was doing something earlier. Yeah, so I mean, this is... I'm liking this closing playthrough. The first daughter of the House of Rose winds up being a total badass. So much land. You know what? Where's something I can... Where's a place I can just make a big stack of troops? I think it's basically just total war for the rest of the game. Potato, potato, T. Clark. Yeah, I guess I need to distribute these titles first. Okay, again, I wind up crashing the game because of my insane family tree. Let's do a quick save. 1 year left. Is updating a personal mod pack full of your favorite mods. Oh, interesting. I still haven't really played with any of the mods yet, but I have a feeling a Game of Thrones game is in my future. Alright. Let's find a member in good standing to give some land to. Macus isn't the heir, is he? If it's Petra, I'm gonna go crazy. Yeah, okay, good. Congratulations, you're the Duke of Mosul. And because we like fancy titles, we create the Kingdom of Mesopotamia. And it even has all the settings that we want. So DJ Crew Crusade. Well, I mean anybody who wants to chat. Actually, Sanderjack, I don't believe I said hi to you yet. So thanks for stopping by and contributing in chat. One of the things that I like the most about playing Crusader Kings 2 is that generally if I'm doing something or saying something stupid or inaccurate, there is going to be somebody who can catch me. So I definitely appreciate contributions like that. To the Heroic Empress Wolfhild, your wisdom and mercy are legendary. I gladly accept your assistance in my war. Let our enemies tremble. That is the plan. Modding is surprisingly easy for EU4 and CK2. I've been told that, actually. My aspirations for creating custom content for a game would be to create a Shadowrun scenario first. But I am sufficiently intrigued... I'm sufficiently intrigued by some of the Europa ideas. Only mods you have for CK2 are the ones that add shortcuts, key bindings, ones that cleans borders so that they're a little smaller and not quite so blocky. I think that changes the game itself, mostly just quality of life type things. Yeah, I generally, I'm very lazy when it comes to things like mods, so I kind of need a strong leader to tell me what to get. I think I'll just shuffle everybody into logical places. Let's make sure... Where am I? 17? Oh man. I'm gonna be the biggest badass crusader. Look at this. 6. Nonsense. Really, I'm not allowed to be a general because I'm a woman. That sucks. She can't become a crusader. I'm upset. I mean, we all saw Elizabeth the Golden Age. She was leading the troops, wasn't she? Meh. So I guess I'm just really pissing off my vassals for no good reason. Well, no, there is a good reason. God wills it. This is a fun game. You now have a game playing as Aztecs in Britain. That's a fun game. Yeah, it sounds like it. So to give you an idea about this particular playthrough, this is actually my first Iron Man game. And you could, I suspect it is a surprise to no veteran that this is one of my first games. So first Iron Man game, we began as the Count of Westmoreland. And sort of the idea was to move as high up and as broad as we could. So the House of Rose has opened franchises in Iceland and Scandinavia. We've got Hungary, West Africa, large parts of Iberia. We've got a very successful incursion into the Middle East. Really, it's all just wonderful. With Cathar, faith women can fight in our... Ah, yes. Well, I suspect probably the Pope might have an issue with me changing religions to, to conduct the crusade. Okay, maybe not changing religion. Adopting a heresy to fight the crusade. I suspect he's not one for the ends justify the means. Mods in your mod pack is Hoonies, Rebels, and Warmongers, tolerance laws between faith marriages, better borders, Viet traits and events, better congenital traits, PM mod marriages, traits, AI is a bit smarter with the marriages. If I would add to my wish list, I have definitely gotten away with, shall we say, bovine excrement tactics against the AI, so better AI strategy might be a desirable mod. Not that I'm complaining. I mean, we have gotten away with murder. So it doesn't really feel like there's any large, important battles that we can do. So I think in this case we'll just start retiring some of the troops and at least pretending that we care about my vassals' opinions. House Rose is the Starbucks of the Middle Ages, a franchise on every corner. Let's see. This is like the Starbucks across from a Starbucks on Robson Street until recently. So I'll ask you, Sandra Jack, if you're still here, what originally... So I tried and failed during a delay with a process that was running in the background to talk about some of the things that I liked about Crusader Kings, some of the things that I thought could be better. What originally attracted you to the title? Are you originally a Paradox game fan and you just kind of play the game through that, or did you come to it because you have a particular interest in the subject matter or some other reason? Tolerance laws between faith marriages were dead mods, but you managed to revive them. Ah, nice. I'm assuming that's with your technical wizardry. I'm kind of tempted to just crank this to full speed until I see a large stack. Few short months to see the House Rose doing what they love, fighting infidels, seizing land on religious pretexts, not caring about their vassals' opinions. I think I'll give you a quick indication. Oh, actually, the most important thing we should do is we should see whether or not... So the Empress has definitely got her... your wizard. So... The Hammer of Britannia has definitely earned her status as a rose so far as religious intolerance and murder and having affairs and... all of these things that we expect of good roses. If you want an idea of what her vassals think of her, look at all those negative numbers. Does anybody like her is the real question. Yeah, we got a few. Factions are under control just through raw military might. But the most important thing, the defining feature of the House Rose, is whether or not, after all these behaviors, and they are holier than the Pope, 2528 to 3917... I will hear your confession, 75-year-old Pope Sisinus. It's really in the title, isn't it? Sisinus, the fifth. You couldn't even be the first Sisinus. There were 4 others who Sisinused before you. This is your first Paradox game. You love history, but the most fun thing about this game is if you play it with a friend and become big together. My dream... I don't think this would ever happen because I don't think there's enough people interested in the university, is not just to play multiplayer, which I'd love to do. I need to organize a multiplayer game at some point. But what I think would be fascinating would be to play a game like on a campus and just have if you want to negotiate something like a marriage, like an alliance or something like that, that you go into a room and you talk to the person that you want to make the arrangement with. To add another layer to the diplomacy, that it's not just that you're playing and you're growing big together, or that you're betraying each other, depending on whether or not you're a jerk like me. But you're actually... you don't have to role play it, right? Like, I'm not going to ask for live action role play in Crusader Kings, but I think it would be a really interesting dimension that you are actually individually having contact with the person that you're forming your strategy with. So, but yeah, I think you've come to come to this game in a similar sense that I have. I was attracted to the game because of its complexity. I have an interest in history, but I'm quite unstudied in it. I have been a research assistant for classics, specifically classical philosophy, but it's very hard to study that topic and not encounter ancient history. So in many ways, I mean, it's kind of funny if you think about it. Crusader Kings is really about the next step to my background in classics, which would be, the Middle Ages. Really, I don't have enough for the siege. Can I maybe steal some? No? Okay. Oh, well. Yeah, I mean, it's... One thing that I like about it, actually, is when you have a historical ruler that it will give you a Wikipedia link built into the game. It's one of the features that I really liked about Civilization. Because I remember playing Civilization as a kid. I became very interested in history and a lot of the different things that I saw in that game. And I wanted to learn more about them, and I like the fact that it was built into the game, that I was able to see this, all of these really cool things that I was building. I was actually able to find out what they were in the real world. So, you know, I like that Crusader Kings 2 takes it from a slightly different perspective, that you're not the social planner kind of changing history on a whim, that you actually need to fight and manipulate other people to accomplish what you want. You know, just because you want to raise taxes doesn't mean that anybody else in the kingdom wants to pay those taxes. So I like the complexity of that here, and I like that it tries to give you a little bit more of a realpolitik view of, you know, of accomplishing. You know, it's one thing to be an emperor. If anything, I've learned that it's harder to manage an empire than it is to manage a simple county. But I finally picked up some good generalist books on history after probably remaining ignorant on a lot of historical matters for too long. So, T. Clark's favorite part of the game. Oh! That's it, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to read chat, and then we're going to give this we're going to give this a proper send-off. This is a milestone for the stream, I think. So, T. Clark, your favorite part of this game so far was murdering my wife. You spent way more money on that agenda than I probably should have. I may or may not have gone into deficit pursuing that one goal. Okay, guys. So, some of you are brand new here. Some of you have been here since the very beginning. CPO Williams, if you're still around, I'm happy that you got a chance to see this. So, this is my first ever Iron Man playthrough of Crusader Kings 2. This is one of the earliest games that I sort of played in stream. It's one of these games that have sort of tracked me, you know, from a very fledgling streamer kind of trying to build the channel to, I think in some ways, at the risk of maybe saying things that should be left for others to say, starting to find, I guess for lack of a better term, a voice, finding a rhythm. I mean, this is a game that has somewhat defined the stream simply in bringing in people to talk about the game, talk about the history, talk about strategy and concepts. But has been a game that has sort of been the one that's worthy enough to dedicate a special day to, whereas the other days become varieties. It's been neat to learn Crusader Kings, so to go from a count to an empire, and I especially love the fact that all of these characters have come up and that we've created these personalities to them. You know, we've got the ongoing stories of, you know, of Great Grandpa. We end with, you know, the Hammer of Britannia, who started off by breaking legs of rats from age 6, never was fighting less than 2 wars until her 30th birthday, when she decided to end and assist the crusade for the rest of the Kingdom of Jerusalem after wresting it from the Abbasid Caliphate at age 9. You know, you can't make stuff like this up. So let's read the flavor text at the end. The House of Rose, greater than Capet at 100,000. Score 240,693. The Renaissance sweeps across Europe, and the feudal era draws to a close. With a score of 240,693, you beat House Capet, descended from Robert the Strong, who was a power figure during the reign of Charles the Bald. His descendants would be kings of France in 1066, although by 1322 the main line would die out. Cadet branches still ruled until 1337 as the kings of France, Portugal, Naples, Hungary, and Navarre. Cadet branches would also hold the duchies of Brittany, Burgundy, Bourbon, Provence, and Achaia. One further cadet branch would hold the dignity of emperor as Latin emperors of Constantinople, truly the greatest dynasty of Middle Europe. So let's rewind back. Let's take a look at all of the... We will read the names, the roll call. Aethwald of Westmoreland, I don't recall if he is I don't think he's Grandpa. Maybe he is. I seem to remember his portrait being a little bit different, but I've gotten some cosmetic changes. So we began Westmoreland, 31 years, 2970. Eadbald of Westmoreland. I'll make a note of the numbers that are the highest. So currently we're 2970 is the highest. Eadbald of Westmoreland, probably one of the best known. Ildwind, I believe, was the son we thought was, because he was gay, was going to put an end to the bloodline. 2970. Eadbald the Fat, 3240, 5549. Eastman the Wise, kind of grandpa reincarnated. Edolf of Scotland. This is when we made our big... well, I mean, I think this was when we made the transition to the King of Scotland, but apparently he got the name of Scotland. Wow, we never really had any... We never had somebody quite like Eastman for a while. Eadbald Sagir, Senfis, Oskil... A lot of really short reigns. I think this is because we had... This was when we were going through seniority, actually. So then we had Senfis, who established the empire. Leofwild, who lasted 1 year. Weirstan finally got something done. Ruled for 25 years with 8,773 prestige. School for 2 years. I think this was the one who I wanted to die. Eckbert, the Accursed, 25. Bjorsijabit, Britannia, 12 years. Thurfith the Good, 31 years, 9606. Died with a blonde beard. He must have... I can't remember how he died. Oh, and then after... Oh, this is where we went nuts. Wulfnoth, 1261. Elizabeth the Magnanimous, 21,266. Possibly a contender for the highest. Elizabeth the Gentle, descendant, 51-year reign, 21,771. But Bearthnorth beats him by a year with 30,712. So it looks like in the closing years, when we finally just went all out on the Abbasids was our greatest hour. But a strong contender in the end, Wulfhild the Hammer, 27 years, 23,212 prestige, cut short. Let's keep in mind how young this ruler was. I believe she was 36. I mean, our greatest emperor, Bearthnorth, died at 64, so imagine what Wulfhild could have accomplished had the Middle Ages not come to an end. I'm going to open the Chronicle. I'm just going to save it because I know it gets a bit repetitive, and we didn't have Charlemagne at the start. We began this playthrough at... Good lord, what's happening here? 1 million. Okay, I'll take it. Game, go home, you're drunk. So a lot of this gets kind of repetitive, but I'll go through a couple. We began... So I didn't own the Charlemagne expansion until later. So we began with the Old Gods, 867. The record begins at 1100. Leopold of Britannia made a pious pilgrimage to Rome, held a grand tournament, and died under suspicious circumstances. His kinsman Weirstan succeeded to the throne in the empire in a grand ceremony. So this is the guy who lasted a year. The earth shook for 3 days on the Isle of Man, killing 200 peasants. This is a cute one where they have, when you look at historical documents, you have these weird things like goats with 3 heads being born, just kind of thrown as an, a sideline. In Cumberland, the people celebrated the benevolent rule of Emperor Weirstan. So what I'm going to do here is I am actually going to export the Chronicle. I hope this doesn't take too long. Doesn't seem like it. And we'll export the game. I have a feeling this is going to take a while. So I'll talk a little bit over it. So, one, I want to thank everybody for hanging out for this. I've gone from a point where it would be 1 or 2 people coming into the stream at the start. Or, I could only ever expect to have single digits. I mean, right now, the Twitch is telling me that there's nine people live, but I'm also noticing the 12 in chat, which I sometimes find is a little bit better metric in terms of people who are in the stream. So, I owe you a very deep debt of gratitude for hanging with me for a game which a lot of people don't necessarily find that interesting. I know some people like playing this game, some people prefer watching it, but it's neat that we've been able to make a full playthrough of an Iron Man game of Crusader Kings. Incidentally, I believe I should be getting... Yeah, Persistent Survivor. I did get the achievement. So it was neat. I mean, one thing that I owe you a debt of gratitude for is creating a stream around this. It's really interesting to go from a point where I was talking to myself, in front of a map of Europe, to having people to interact with and people give suggestions for the game, tell me about things that I misunderstand. This monologue's probably going to have to go on for a while because I'm exporting the game. But it's been a lot of fun doing this for you. And definitely I'm going to continue Friday nights for Crusader Kings 2. T. Clark suggested that I put up a poll to decide whether or not people would like me to do Europa Universalis 4, or if they'd like me to continue doing Crusader Kings 2 on Fridays. I can see benefits to both. So I'll put that up on Twitter. What I will wind up doing anyway is, once I feel a little more comfortable with Europa, I'm going to do that on its own day anyway. So don't feel like the option that you're being given is only between... the only option that you're being given is between Europa and CK2. I intend to do both games if I can. Some things that I've liked the most out of this is finding a little bit more... maybe tonight's not the best example of it because I am quite tired, but I think one of the things that I've liked the most is kind of developing a little bit of a style. You'd personally prefer seeing continued in EU4. Okay. One of the things I'm doing too is just because it's an EU4 stream doesn't necessarily mean it's the continued adventures of the House of Rose. But I'm exporting the game for a reason. I want to preserve the option. Which is why, unfortunately, I'm going to need to monologue for a little while the game is processing this insanity. One thing I definitely want to do is a playthrough from the Charlemagne start to the end. That one I will use the Way of Life expansion, because obviously I disabled that because we're so close to the end of this one that it seemed a little weird to change tacks. In addition to it, one thing that I like is that I think, again, it's not for me to say, but I'm starting to feel a little bit more comfortable in terms of how I stream games in general. The fact that it's Crusader Kings 2 that has been the example that I use recently is one thing, but I think it's given me an opportunity to really get a grip on sort of how broadcasting works, and I think you guys have done quite a bit to help me out in terms of understanding it. It depends. Britannia's going to be OP. That's the whole point of continuing it, is to see how far this family of proto-gangsters wind up crapping all over history in the early modern era. And hopefully they release Victoria 3, which will have conversion from EU4 to Victoria 3, so we can take it into the Industrial Revolution. But yeah, the other thing that I like the most is learning about Crusader Kings 2. It's a game that I think will reward... I mean, the nicest thing about it is that it seems to reward a lot of different playthroughs. I think a lot of the achievements are based around trying to come up with alternate history scenarios and trying to accomplish them. Can you as a Jew create the Kingdom of Israel? I think is an interesting challenge. This one had... it had a goal which is probably not a serious, Paradox grand strategy style goal, which is to say, start off as a count and just see how big and absurd we can take this thing. I think that's perfectly fine. Honestly, I like streaming this way because it allows us to be a little silly in the game, in addition to, in addition to kind of talking about some of the nuances of the game and the strategy that we're employing and things like that. I've got a few ideas in terms of what I would do. Try mods for CK2. Yeah, a Game of Thrones playthrough is one that I'm considering as well. Certainly, this game gives me no shortage of options in terms of content to provide people. By the way, I promised Quiplash. This is one of the longer casts that I've done. We're approaching the 6-hour mark, but we are going to do a round of Quiplash once the export is done. So I'm just kind of trying to buy some time. So actually, let's talk a little bit about some things that I'm planning for future CK2 streams. I'd like to do a game as a Republic. I'm not sure if I would start as a Republic or I would start as like a tribe that can convert into a Republic. I'd be really interested to play an Empire. So rather than spend hundreds of years founding an empire, start with an existing empire and see what we can do beyond that. An Islamic Caliphate seems like it'd be kind of fun. I'm told that apparently you need to play those fast and aggressive early because they drop off later. What are some other ones? So I said Republic, an Empire, a Caliphate. That kind of seems to cover the most. Oh yeah, tribe converting into something. And then maybe we'll move into like trying to do achievements or something like that. Obviously, so for feedback in terms of Crusader Kings 2 streams, things that you'd like to see, obviously communicating them in chat is fine. If there's something that you'd like to see or something that you don't maybe want to put inside of chat, you can obviously tweet that to me. You can send a message. I read everything that comes through on my Twitch mailbox, sometimes to my detriment. But obviously, like, basically any mode of communication that you see down below, feel free to communicate that. I'm definitely interested. I'd also be interested in doing multiplayer games, but I know those are a little bit more difficult to set up, especially because it's sometimes, I'm not always consistent at my start times, and that's just partly because transit isn't quite what it should be in Vancouver, usually. Oh, sorry, the other thing, on the topic of mods, in addition to the different styles of play in the vanilla game, obviously the Game of Thrones mod is something I'm actually putting on a fairly high priority, but I need to figure out how it works first. At some point I'm going to do Europa Universalis, but the big question that we have here is whether or not Friday nights become Europa or CK2 days, or if people have, if there's enough demand for CK2 that we want a dedicated night for that. I do feel a little bit married to CK2 on Fridays, simply because I seem to feel like I can go on Twitch, I can search for Europa, and there's going to be at least one game being played, whereas Crusader Kings 2, I don't always see a channel playing that. So I definitely think that there's a little bit more of a hunger for Crusader Kings 2 content. Whether or not I'm the appropriate place to provide that, I leave to you guys. But as always, I like getting feedback. It's definitely not to be taken personally if I don't incorporate it. That's just because, in the end, I'm kind of responsible for the direction that the channel takes. But with that in mind, I also want to be as entertaining as I can be to you guys. So if there's something that you'd like to see done, or something you'd like to see done differently, I certainly appreciate that feedback quite a bit. Man, exporting is ridiculous. I wish they'd give you a timer for this. What else did I get out of it? I'm really interested in how powerful the Abbasid Caliphate became. I wonder if that's an anomaly or if that's just the way the game winds up playing. Because if it is, I know which Caliphate I'm playing. I'm particularly interested in seeing a lot of the different play styles when it comes to different mechanics. So obviously the Caliphate and the different tribal areas were able to have multiple wives. I'm assuming that's a disaster for Gavelkind succession. And this is another thing too, putting restrictions on myself. So I pretty much immediately went on to Primogeniture because it allowed me to consolidate power. And effectively the way that I handled that was I would play this Juggernaut that didn't care about uprisings because I just had enough strength to be able to fight them down. So what if I say it's I'm not allowed to use Primogeniture or even Seniority. I have to do a playthrough where I do Gavelkind. To see how the game would work differently in this case. Because the biggest thing is that I notice, the game is about prestige and about piety, but you don't necessarily have to obtain those through being the biggest. And it's a very efficient way. Like, clearly these emperors have more prestige than their predecessors simply because they hold more land. And the important thing here is that I was keeping a private goal of obtaining the most prestige for the House of Rose, not just for the individual rulers. Which, I don't know, I think that's a good goal to have, to keep it all about the family. I'll admit, one of the things that makes me a little spooked about doing a Game of Thrones mod playthrough is I tremendously love the character of Littlefinger, but Littlefinger isn't necessarily the most appropriate character to play in Crusader Kings 2, right? Like, as far as a ruler who has quite a bit of land and quite a bit of influence over national affairs, he's a behind-the-scenes figure. He's somebody you appoint as your spy master. He's not somebody that you put at he's not somebody that you appoint Duke. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting. What else to talk about? Okay, so I'll talk a little bit about some of the differences between Crusader Kings 2 and Europa Universalis that I've noticed. I noticed generally for Europa, the combat is still a little bit of a mystery to me. I've gotten to a point now where I'm feeling fairly effective at waging a war, but there's still scenarios that I'll run into where it's a complete mystery to me how you make any progress in certain situations as far as combat is concerned. I think, part of that is probably just I should sit down and watch some people play the game, or I should read some more wikis. One thing I will say as a whole is I found Crusader Kings 2 a lot easier. Like, this is not a point of pride, but everything that you've seen on here has just been me doing the original tutorial and then just slowly, piece by piece, looking at menus and figuring things out as I go along. So I don't understand why I was able to do this for Crusader Kings 2, but Europa Universalis I've actually needed to pick up some guides. By the way, guides that you guys recommended, so thank you for showing me who Arumba is. Or Arumba, I guess is how he pronounces his name. I've actually found those guides to be really helpful. His playthrough is a little bit more so, but I credit those videos with being the tipping point between me actually, starting Europa games and quitting them after a couple of years in frustration, to having a fairly substantial playthrough. You could do a Game of Thrones playthrough of CK2, play as Joffrey, and find a way to be even more of a homicidal maniac than the Hammer of Britannia. Challenge accepted. This is the thing. The interesting thing about Joffrey is that he's a psycho in a way that is completely ineffective. There are some definitely unkind characters in Britannia, but I can't really think of any Joffrey level characters. They always had reasons for what they did. Joffrey just seems to revel in people's suffering, independent of the ultimate gain. I think this is one of the reasons why everybody loves hating him. But yeah, I should play as Joffrey in Game of Thrones. It won't be a change of not much of a change of character. Good lord. This is, by the way, I suspect if I were to go back over the YouTube videos and look at how long I've spent in each period, it has to have at least doubled my playtime getting to the Empire, just because of all the time that it's taken to load stuff. I'm assuming that's what's going into this whole export game. Again, if I'm not mistaken, the way Arumba is incredibly useful for learning these paradox games. That's good. I'm actually very intrigued by the cult following that Victoria seems to have, and I'm really interested by the fact that there's a paradox game that worries about productive capacity. So, when you have Crusader Kings 2, when you have Europa Universalis, you've got you assume full employment, right? There's no idle workers in the world of Crusader Kings 2. You know, if you build a university, you're gonna find professors there, or well, clergy for the university. You know, if you know, there's no manpower in Crusader Kings 2. There's always going to be somebody to fill the ranks. Now, admittedly, this happens over time, but you know, raising armies is not that big of a deal. Likewise, in Europa Universalis 4, you know, you build a temple, that'll increase your tax base. You build a constabulary, again, that will increase your, you know, your production. But there's no idea here of unemployment or a skill mismatch. And it seems like I mean, and again, it's appropriate, right? You've got a very fragmentary system of government through the Middle Ages. And you can see that I mean, just take a look at maps of the Middle Ages and see how many individual kingdoms there are. Look at the early modern era. Take a look at what the world looks like in that period. And just, you know, just compare. You have... and I think that's kind of personified in the two approaches to the game. So you have these RPG-style elements in Crusader Kings 2, whereas the individual isn't as important of a component in the game anymore. There's still a monarch, and the monarch is going to have a very heavy influence in terms of the... Oh my god! Folks, this is... W. Shan stream stopping it. I don't know what I'm going to do. So, okay, first of all, there's going to be a lot of people in here. Thank you so much, everybody, for stopping by. You've come into a bit of a milestone for this. Oh my god. Okay, I don't even know if I should say everybody's names or that. Okay, so I began playing a game called Crusader Kings 2. It's one of the most complicated games that you can play. It's big, boring history game. It's got beautiful, colorful maps. This game went from 867 AD to the end of the Middle Ages, January 2nd, 1453. Thank you, everybody, for these followers. This is absolutely ridiculous. I began playing this game months ago, and it's my first Iron Man playthrough of this game. We've been carrying through, and tonight I was committed to finishing it. We literally just finished it, and what I am doing now is I'm exporting the game so that it can be played in Paradox's next game, Europa Universalis. Now, unfortunately, this means that I have been staring at this screen, monologuing. 196 viewers. Shan, this channel is not designed for such attention. Yeah, good lord, guys. Thank you so much for the followers. There's still so many. Thank you, Clara. Thank you, Shan. This is incredible. I do have something in store for you guys afterwards, but I want to take a minute. This is a very special moment that you've actually hit on the stream today, because this game has sort of been a trajectory from a period where I would be talking to a room of two people for some points and then just talking to myself to an empty chat room for the full period of time. I finally understood this ridiculous game. I've gotten better at it, but it's an opportunity for me to kind of grow as a streamer. So the fact that you all get to be here is absolutely incredible. I couldn't have asked for a better gift at the end of this months-long endeavor. And I have a nice voice. Thank you, Retro Gaijin. I regret that I am not prepared for this occasion, because literally I am stuck on this screen until this hourglass goes away. But what I'll do, because you guys have decided to stop by here and you've talked about my voice, I will read out the closing screen for what you get at this score. So just to give you an idea about what this playthrough was, we played a count in just some little corner of England. And the name of the game was to try and expand our empire out as far as we could. We opened franchises in the Middle East, in Hungary, we took over a bunch of Spain.